Hey everybody, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. I'm Swan, your host, and we're going to be going through the best and the worst of Japanese horror, available on Region 1 DVD. When talking about Japanese horror, you can't get away from talking about The Ring. So to start it all off, we're going to be reviewing The Ring, directed by Hideo Nakata. This is the one that started it all. This is the story of the girl who will kill you in 7 days. There's the television set, there's the well, there's the phone call. There's a lot of memorable scenes in this one. It's a great story. Originally based off the novel by Koji Suzuki. Also available translated in English. But what some people don't know is beyond the American remakes, there's more Japanese Ring movies. And you can get them in the Ring Anthology of Terror. Now these are called the Ringu Anthology of Terror because they're just going by the Japanese pronunciation just to differentiate between this and the American release. But this box set includes all 4 of the Ring movies that were released. That would be Ring, Ring 2, Rasen, and Ring 0. And the truth is that 3 of these movies are actually pretty good, and only one of them's pretty crappy. The original Ring movie plays out like a great detective story. It's a mystery. It's fairly close to the book, with the exception that the main character in the movie is a girl instead of a guy in the original novel. The Ring movies also feature some pretty popular actors and actresses that you might recognize from other Japanese and American films. The actress that plays Mai Takano is Miki Nakitani, and you might recall her as the main female lead from Train Man, Densha Otoko. So that was pretty cool to see her in a more scary film like that. The mysterious character Ryuji Takayama is played by Hiroyuki Sanada, and he was actually last seen in Rush Hour 3 as Kenji, the bad guy. So, and he's also been in The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. So that's pretty cool. So there's some familiar faces in there. Overall, the Ring movies are a great way to get into Japanese horror. They've got all the traditional elements, the supernatural elements, not too much gore. It's more on the psychological, the spook factor of, you know, what could be lurking beyond the corner and, you know, curses and ghosts and whatnot. The Ring 0, the last movie that was made, is actually a prequel to all of them, and it goes over the life story of the evil girl, Sadako. And that one brings a lot of emotional and character-driven elements to the film, which was really lacking in Ring 2, which was just awful and like just a big popcorn, cheesy special effects, nonsense story. It was pretty bad. But if you get the box set, you get all 4. I think they're releasing Ring 0 and Rasen separately finally later this year if you can't find the box set anymore and you want those 2. Other Ring things that you might be interested in, make sure you steer clear of the Dreamcast game. I love Dreamcast, but this game is one of the worst games on any system available. Sadako now haunts a video game that kills you in 7 days instead of a tape. So, yeah, enough said about that. So Ring is huge, and if you're getting into Japanese horror, I really recommend you check it out. It's got great detective elements, great mystery elements, great ghost elements. The original one is really spooky. Like, I remember I watched the original one, you know, many years ago, and I could not sleep that night. I was looking at the TV wondering if somebody was going to pop out of it. So I highly recommend it. Rasen, the other sequel, Beyond Ring 2, which was based off the second book, Spiral, brings more of a medical approach to it, more scientific, trying to explain the curse. Some like it, some don't. Some think it's too brainy, some think, I don't know. But I thought it was really cool, and it features a lot of the same returning actors and actresses from the first one. So definitely give the Ring movies a try. And thanks for joining me on this first episode. If you have any Japanese horror you want to see reviewed or have me talk about, then just let me know. I've got a ton to talk about, so thanks, and we'll see you next time. A tape that kills you in 7 days. Toy Story? Whatever. Okay, let's put it in. Oh, wait. I don't have a VHS player. I just have DVD. Welcome to the second episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're going to be reviewing the Ju-On series, also known as The Grudge. Now, these films are directed by Takashi Shimizu, and they come in a lot of different versions. There's the home video release, the theatrical releases, the American remakes, which he also had a part of. But as far as the Japanese movies go, the first and second theatrical releases have been released here on DVD by Lionsgate Films. Ju-On's got a great story. It's about a haunted house that has been cursed because of something awful that happened there once before, and that anybody that comes into contact with the house, let's just say that bad stuff goes down. So it's a traditional Japanese ghost story. It features more pale-skinned Japanese girls with long black hair. So it's not something that you haven't seen in a million other Japanese horror movies, but this is one of the big-name heavy hitters. And of course, who could forget the creepy little kid of Ju-On? Just as The Ring had Sadako, Ju-On's got this little kid who's like, looks like he's painted all in white, and he runs around like naked and under tables and across hallways, and sounds kind of cheesy, but it's actually pretty scary. The Ju-On films are also similar to the Ring films in that they don't rely on gore or blood and guts to scare viewers, but instead they have more of the mysterious and the mood-setting, bone-chilling atmosphere that's similar to the stuff found in the Ring. Actually, Ju-On does have a few violent scenes, or at least it gets more violent than the Ring movies, especially at the beginning and the very end with what actually happened in the house to make it cursed. So it's nothing too bad, and it's over in, a few minutes, but fair warning. The Ju-On films differ from other Japanese horror films in the way that they are presented, in that they are told in a non-linear fashion and through various protagonists. So you have someone being the main character at one point in the story, and then you'll see other side characters become main characters later. And so it's kind of like putting the pieces all together, which is pretty cool. A bit confusing maybe on the first time through. Maybe a little bit repetitive because after all, it's just kind of the same thing happening over and over again. The house is getting revenge, but in different and interesting ways. The first movie is a lot better than the second one. The second one, it kind of loses its originality, and it's basically just the same stuff. Another thing of note is how great the DVD Region 1 release for the original Ju-On was, and that Lionsgate packed a bunch of special features in here, including an audio commentary with Sam Raimi. So that was pretty cool just to hear his thoughts, from one great filmmaker to talk about this and describe how scared he was. Unfortunately, by the time the Ju-On 2 came around here, Lionsgate Films basically said you're going to get subtitles and maybe a trailer or two, and that was it. So that kind of sucked, but at least it was brought over, so you can't really complain. For fans of Takashi Shimizu, I would actually recommend his other film, Marebito. It's a much more obscure and weird film than these. I love these films, but I think Marebito is probably the best film of his that he's released, or at least that's been brought over here. So yeah, thank you for joining in for another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Keep sending in those comments and ratings, and I'll see you next time. What could be that horrible noise? Coming from in here? George Michael? Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 3. This time we're covering Dark Water. This is another collaboration between director Hideo Nakata and writer Koji Suzuki. They previously had the collaboration on The Ring, and this is the follow-up from 2001, based on one of Suzuki's short stories. Dark Water's story is about a lady named Yoshimi, and she is in a custody battle for her daughter, Ikuko, and so there's this bitter divorce with her husband, and then she goes to live in a new apartment building, and this is where the trouble starts, because as soon as she gets a new apartment, there's a strange stain on the ceiling, and it's leaking this weird water into their ceiling, and when they go to get a drink, weird stuff's coming out of the faucet. What I really like about Dark Water is that it's not just about a ghost story or a horror story, but instead there's a lot of real-world issues that really brings the fear out. There's the fear of losing a child, there's the fear and tension of a custody battle, there's the child going to a new school, having to make new friends. So I think what the director did was play on a lot of these experiences that people have either gone through or know others that have gone through, and it really works well to establishing a creepy atmosphere because it's all set against this creepy apartment complex with like a guy who works there who doesn't seem on the level, so it's a very, very recommended movie. As seen in The Ring with Asakawa Reiko and her son, and in the Ju-On series with the boy Toshio and what happened with his family, this is another movie that has to deal with a parent and a child, particularly a mother and child in this one. So it's got a very nice emotional appeal to it, and it's definitely worth checking out. The DVD was released by ADV Films. They're primarily known for releasing anime in the Region 1 market, and you know, it was a pretty cheap DVD, but it's pretty lacking in the extras department. There is an English dub, however, so for fans of English dubs, it's there. I don't know, I would just recommend the Japanese voice track. It's definitely creepier that way. Dark Water is a very unsettling film, and that it kind of builds and builds and builds with the creepiness, and you're wondering, you know, why is there a leak on the ceiling, or what's happening, and the leak is getting bigger and bigger, and who lives above there, and the mystery. So it's a very good story. I watched it with a few friends a few years back, and everybody was creeped out, so definitely recommend it. There's also the American remake, but I saw it. It was one of the few times I've actually seen an American remake of Japanese horror, and it was okay, but they took out a lot of the scariest scenes from the Japanese original. The hide-and-seek scene, the water tower scene, definitely some very creepy parts that sadly didn't make the jump to the English release. So yeah, Dark Water is another classic Japanese horror that fans should check out for a Region 1 release. The original short story that this was based on has also been translated, as well as the comics that are based off this, so there's enough Dark Water out there to keep everyone satisfied. Thanks for joining us for Episode 3 of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. See you next time. So much dark water, but who could be behind it all? Welcome to the 4th episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're tackling the Takashi Miike J-horror smash hit, One Missed Call. The story of One Missed Call comes off as both slightly cheesy and very terrifying, and we have a lot to thank for Takashi Miike for this, for his great directing skills in this movie. But anyways, the story is that there's a group of teens who keep getting these mysterious phone calls, and when they see that they have a missed call, they go and get the message, and it's their own voice right before their own death, so it's usually them screaming in agony and pain. And when they check to see where the calls are coming from, they notice it's their own phone number. So at first, no one can really explain what's going on, but, you know, as in any horror movie, when you have a group of teenagers, they start dying one by one. So it becomes a race against time to try to figure out where these calls are coming from, how do we stop them, and is there any way to even stop them? Obviously, with a movie about a cell phone call that can kill you, it sounds pretty cheesy, and believe me, it really is. And the beginning of the movie is pretty slow. It takes a while for it to finally grab you and like keep you glued to the screen, but eventually there's some point in the movie for everyone where it does grab you. For me, there's an exorcism ghost TV scene in the film, and from that point on, about halfway through, everything else, like, I could not stop watching this film, and it became very terrifying. So hats off to Mike and the cast for making this really cheesy story work. The cast did really do a great job pulling this off. There's a lot of believable performances. Longtime Takashi Miike fans will notice that Renji Ishibashi's there. And who can forget the ringtone in this movie of when the mysterious cell phone calls come in? Long after, years after I've watched this movie, I still remember every note of that ringtone. So the sound department did a great job. It's very creepy. People make their own versions. You can download MP3s for your cell phone or whatever to have it. Pretty cool. So yeah, very memorable. They did a great job. As with what seems to be most Japanese horror films, the ending is kind of confusing and seems to come out of nowhere. This will either, you know, have viewers who enjoy it or not, but I thought it was an interesting ending. I'll just let you discover it for yourself, but definitely watch out for it because it's pretty unexpected. Typical J-horror fans are going to eat this movie up. It's got the supernatural elements and the mystery elements. It's light on gore, especially by Mike standards. Longtime Mike fans might not get as much out of this film if they're expecting another Imprint or Gozu or even Audition, because this one, although it does have some gory and shocking scenes, this is a much more commercial film for Mike, and that's not a bad thing because it works and it just helps him get out there to more people. So overall it was pretty good. Just don't expect like Ichi the Killer in terms of Mike-isms. The DVD was released by Tokyo Shock in the Region 1 market. They did a great job. It's a 2-disc set. It's loaded with extra features. It's got an English dub. It's got interviews with the cast and crew. So it's got a Takashi Miike interview. It's got a making of. It's got TV spots. All in all, great value for your dollar. Tokyo Shock has also released the sequel to this, which was not directed by Takashi Miike. And that's still an okay movie, but not as good. And recently they've released a box set where you can get both two films together. And you can pick that up at Best Buy. I've been seeing that at Best Buys. So yeah, definitely you should search this one out. One Missed Call might seem slightly corny at first, but just watch it and just let it kind of sink in, because eventually it does get under your skin and you will feel terrified by this film. Like, I can't explain it. It should be really cheesy. You know, a cell phone that kills you. What? But, however, Mike has done a great job. The cast has done a great job. Everyone involved in this has done a great job. Like, they've put together an awesome movie that makes this believable, makes it scary, and by the end of the film, you'll be really satisfied because this is a creepy, spooky, electrifying film, and I think every J-horror fan should watch it. So yeah, thank you for joining me on another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Keep sending in those comments, ratings, please subscribe. If there's any certain Japanese horror film you want to see reviewed, just let me know. So until then, see you next time. A missed call.
No, they're remaking this movie for the American market.
Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 5. Today we're talking about Kiyoshi Kurosawa's frightening masterpiece, Pulse. This 2001 horror film revolves around a group of young people who are rocked to their core when one of their own suddenly commits suicide. However, things don't end there. When his ghost suddenly appears across the computer monitors, something is unleashed upon the world. As you can probably guess from the themes of computers, this is a modern horror story that works well with integrating technology and the supernatural elements of other stories such as The Ring or Grudge. Pulse is a slightly slower moving horror film, but that doesn't mean it's any less effective than the heavy hitters. Far from it. This is actually a very terrifying movie, not from like jumpy scenes, although there are a few, but instead from the intense feelings of isolation and loneliness that you get from watching this. Kurosawa is a master at work here, and he employs these empty shots with dark shadows and like empty rooms, and it all is to a great effect of making you feel like your world is just slowly coming in and that everything is just disappearing. So he does a great job at making you feel the terror that the characters feel in the movie, because it seems like wherever they go, there's like nothing. This is a very like pessimistic movie. Very sad. I think that's where most of the horror comes from, is how sad it is. And I think that's great. It's a great modern commentary on technology, about how these things that should bring us together, these computers, the internet, these things that should be connecting people are actually distancing them in some cases. And are they connecting anything at all? And when they are connecting, what do you find? Well, in this movie, there might be ghosts. So it's a very interesting commentary on the modern world that we live in. And I think Kurosawa is a genius for taking a more traditional ghost story and upgrading it to having a modern flair and pulse. So hats off to him for that. The DVD was released by Magnolia Pictures in the US market, and they did a pretty good job. It's a little light on extras. There is a making of feature, there's a trailer, but beyond that, there's not too much. If I had one major, quibble with the DVD, is that the subtitles appear like half a second after the characters start talking. So they might be saying a line, and then you have to wait a beat, and then the subtitles appear. You get used to it after like a few minutes, but sometimes I wish that the subtitles came just a half a second sooner. But it's a minor, it's really a minor complaint. But other than that, this is a great DVD release, and one to definitely check out. Look for a copy. I provided the link to the official website for this on the right in the video description, so definitely look for this DVD. Some of the best scenes in the movie include the infamous plane scene near the end of the film that I'll let you discover for yourself. The entire beginning of the movie with the build-up to finding the friend who's going to commit suicide, like, that was perfectly shot. It's got a lot of dark shadows, like you can't really see what's going on. You catch a glimpse of it, and then you get to see it. So that was a great shot. A lot of the scenes near the end of the film, when things start to become more and more isolated, those that just convey a great sense of loneliness. And Kurosawa really did a great job in directing this. So there is a lot of good scenes in this film, and all of the scenes with the ghosts and the computers are fantastic and scary. And unlike any other J-horror film. Of course, you can't talk about Pulse nowadays without mentioning the American remake that came out, like last year, was it? I don't know when it came out. I remember I saw it in the theater with some friends, and honestly, it was the worst, well, not just the worst remake of a movie, but possibly the worst movie ever created. There's a character, Ziegler. He's like a computer scientist, and Ziegler, I know, right? I can just stop there because it was that bad. Like, picture the worst movie you can. You're probably thinking about the American Pulse. Like, they took the beauty and the slow-moving tension and build-up of the original and the themes of isolation, and they just chopped it up and made it into this cookie-cutter, terrible. I mean, Ziegler. What? Ziegler? Okay. Sorry, it was a bad movie. But yeah, steer clear of the remake and just try to watch the original. It is slow, okay, yeah. Some people might be turned off by that, but just let it kind of just get absorbed by it and just let it happen. And I think you'll find that by the end of the film, if you don't feel lonely, then you're a braver film goer than I. That's all for today on episode 5. Thank you everyone for the recent comments and ratings and suggestions and feedback. It's really been helpful. I've been trying to implement them in the new episodes. And yes, please look forward to more episodes. I think they're getting better as each one goes by. And please subscribe because more are on the way. See you next time. Would you like to meet a ghost? Okay.
Ziegler!
Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, episode 6. Today we're talking about Masayuki Ochiai's 2004 J-horror smash hit, Infection. The story of Infection is a complicated and tangled one, although it doesn't seem so at first. It all begins we are introduced to a hospital that is low on staff and supplies, so times are tough, and basically there's this mysterious patient is rushed in, and the police officer's saying, oh, he's infected, you have to take him. If you don't take him, we're going to report this hospital, so you better take him or you guys are going down. So the doctors reluctantly take him in. But at the same time, there's another completely bandaged patient who needs assistance, who's dying. And so all the doctors rush in to try and save him. And the doctor gives the nurse an order, and she hears the wrong thing apparently. And basically what they end up doing is they kill this bandaged patient. So the doctors have to form a pact and say, okay, this was malpractice. If anybody finds out what really happened here tonight, we're going to be in serious trouble. So they make a cover-up. They plan to burn this bandaged fellow. But what they don't know is that the head doctor was sleeping in the room next to them. So what does he know? So it's this story of like mystery, and people are kind of wondering who knows what. And what is with the guy that was transported there from the cops or whatever, who had an infection, and then, as soon as he's in there now, the various doctors and nurses, they start to show the same weird green and gooey symptoms. So yeah. The story is definitely, it's out there. Infection has a lot of good merits to it. It's got, even though it's like over an hour and a half long, it's got pretty good pacing. They mixed it up with some good, scary, jumpy scenes, especially when they're like searching the hospital for the mysterious infection that has spread. That was very like, moody and atmospheric. There's some good, gory, gross out scenes. More so than what I've reviewed, like the other titles I reviewed so far, like The Ring and The Grudge. This one kind of takes it a step further in terms of shock value with the gross out scenes. It's got good music, good acting. Like overall, like the production values are pretty good, and the special effects makeup's good. There's a ton of green ooze in this one. Infection is actually the first in a series of 6 planned movies in what's called the J-horror theater. It's a line of movies being released by Japan from the producers of Ringu and Grudge. And this was the first one, and Lionsgate Films has been releasing them all over here in America. The second one is one called Premonition. I'll be reviewing that soon. And the third one is from the director of The Grudge, Takashi Shimizu, and that's Reincarnation. But this was the first one. Those are the only 3 that have been made, even in Japan so far, I believe. We're still waiting on the other 3. The DVD was released by Lionsgate Films here in the Region 1 market, and like presentation-wise, and all the specs of the DVD, it's pretty nice. Everything looks great and sounds great. It's just that it's seriously lacking in the extras. Like there's nothing. There's just like 2 trailers or so for like The Grudge. There's not even a trailer for this movie, I don't think. But yeah, so it would have been nice for some extra features, especially like a making of, or maybe an interview with the director to see, some of the confusion in the movie, because the ending does get pretty confusing. So what's surely to divide fans on Infection is the confusing ending that kind of leaves a lot that needs to be explained. I've seen this film a number of times, and I still don't really know how to explain the ending. I don't know if you can just chalk it up to like supernatural elements, or you know, who's dead, who's alive, who's really who, you know. So, you know, but a lot of fans, you know, have fun trying to decipher the various imagery. I think Infection's a really good movie for fans that have just gotten into J-horror, and also for fans who are kind of, you know, they've seen a lot more movies, because on one level it's pretty easy to grasp and it's easy to get scared by it. So, you know, a casual viewer can watch it and appreciate the scary scenes and the gory scenes and, you know, the atmosphere of the movie. And a more experienced viewer who's looking for more depth to his films will probably appreciate the amount of time it takes to analyze the movie and try to put all the pieces together and how the story is supposed to make sense. A lot of people online have different theories on various message boards trying to talk about how they interpret the movie, and I've seen like literally like hundreds of different theories. So it's a movie that's got people talking, so that's a good thing. So I think wherever you are in the J-horror spectrum, if you're just starting out, you know, definitely see like The Ring and The Grudge, get the basics done first, and this would be a good movie. Infection would be a good movie to, you know, watch right after you've gotten those out of the way. Or, you know, if you've seen everything around the block and you haven't seen this one yet, definitely should try to pick it up. I saw on IMDb this morning that there's a movie called Infection set to release in 2009, I think. So it looks like we're probably going to be seeing another Hollywood remake of a Japanese horror film. I know, so yeah, but definitely you should check out the original Japanese version from Lionsgate Films. Great movie. Confusing ending. It'll leave you scratching your head. You'll want to rewatch it to see, you know, if you can put any more of it together. So yeah, thanks everybody for subscribing and watching and rating and leaving comments. This means so much to me. Thank you so much. And as always, I'm Swan, and see you next time. What's wrong with the patient? You say he's stopped breathing? He-Man. Hey, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 7. Today we're talking about Hiroshi Takahashi's Sodom the Killer.
I'm Brandon.
Yep, today we have our guest host, Brandon, who's going to be giving us a co-review because this film is so epic, you need two opinions.
Epic.
So anyways, let's start with the story. Okay, so Sodom the Killer comes from the creator of The Ring, it says on the box, although you'll notice that that name is not the writer of the story or the director of the original Ring, so we have no idea who he is, but maybe he was the pizza boy on the film, I don't know. Anyways, the story goes that there was this guy, Sodom, he was getting married to this girl, but his sister was jealous because when his sister was on the toilet, they were holding hands and they made a promise, I'm not making this up, they made a promise that they would get married when he was 10, but he looked like he was 30. And then he killed some people with a rusty can, and it was in black and white at the beginning.
It was an accident. Yeah. He accidentally kicked the can, it stuck into their foreheads, and killed 3 people that way, although you only saw the death of 2 of them.
There's another one with the same can. So yeah, the story is pretty messed up, and that's just the first like 10 minutes, and from there it just goes deeper and deeper into like stupidity.
Now, some people say stupidity, but I actually say that it was an interesting take on a philosophical question. In the film, there's actually a viewer of this audience. He watches all of these murders on tape. And he can see what's already happened and what's also going to happen. And as the film continues on, the production value seems to decrease to the point where they use very fuzzy green screens. And at one point, the film even breaks that wall where the lady jumps out from that green screen. She's running through the studio itself to actually come back around to shoot the actor that she was supposed to be following in the first place.
Okay, other parts of the stories that didn't really make sense. Sodom counterfeits a lot of money in it to destroy the economy, because that's the worst way that you can cause chaos and havoc. He goes to the same noodle shop multiple times, and every time he says, "Check please," he kills them with a sword. Eventually he gets little kids to join in on this. What else?
There's also a B-29 bomber. We're not making this up. It goes around the entire city of Tokyo with a loudspeaker. Basically, that's how the main villain actually takes over the minds and comfort creatures of his victims. And every tape recorder that has his voice on it also doubles as a bomb. Now, these bombs use the same kind of effects that you probably saw on the original Star Treks back in the 60s. So be prepared for yellow flashes followed by white flashes by freeze frame. At the very end, there's a breakdown where the entire cast comes together, and instead of using her bullet gun that doesn't actually kill anybody, she instead pulls out a sword from seemingly nowhere, as does every other cast member. Which leads to the big final showdown and the fight of good versus evil.
Except it's not really good versus evil because best friends are killing each other. There seems to be no rhyme or reason. If you get slashed multiple times, it doesn't matter. This is the only scene with blood in it. Up until then, there was just one piece of animated blood in the beginning, which you can see in the trailer. So they saved all the red ooze for the end, when the blood is actually coming off stage.
Exactly.
When you get sliced. So yeah, Sodom the Killer, the DVDs from Tokyo Shock. I really love the company. They've released a lot of good stuff like Ichi the Killer. There's a trailer and the premiere footage from the movie.
Deceptive packaging, strange philosophical movie, or just a cheaply made horror film. It's up to you to decide.
And yeah, I think we've got 3 words to describe this film, just to sum it up.
Absolutely.
Those 3 words would be Sost, Nist, Nist. Thank you, I'm Swan. We'll see you next time.
So be prepared for yellow flashes followed by white flashes by freeze frame.
Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 8. Today we're tackling Shion Sono's 2002 grotesque masterpiece, Suicide Club. The opening scene of Suicide Club has become the stuff of Japanese horror legends. It involves 54 Japanese schoolgirls who are going to board a train in the Shinjuku station of Tokyo, only to link hands above the train railway, and what follows is possibly one of the greatest openings of any movie that I've ever seen. But is there more to it than this very shocking opening, which I'm not going to spoil, but you can probably see it in the trailers. The story takes us from Japanese school children who commit suicide to a mysterious white duffel bag which houses strange contents, to teeny bopper pop stars and a strange psychopath who calls himself Genesis, who resides in the bowling alley. So the story is all over the place. There's a lot of different plot points. Not everything adds up in the end, unfortunately. Some of the mysteries do go unsolved. But at its heart, this is partly a Japanese detective story. And the main actor is Ryo Ishibashi, who many will recognize from his lead role in Audition. So he does a great job in that movie. He does a great job in this movie. Those are some of my favorite scenes, are the detective parts where he's trying to unravel the mystery of the Suicide Club, which is linked to a strange internet phenomenon, possibly by someone calling herself the Bat. How does Genesis fit into all this? How does a teeny pop band called Dessert fit into all of this? It's very strange, but all these seemingly obscure pieces come together. The confusion of the movie might be eased if viewers were to watch the sequel, which was just released in Japan last year, Noriko's Dinner Table. Unfortunately, this movie has not seen a DVD release in America. I heard it has been screening in the summer, so hopefully a publisher will pick it up and bring it over here. There's also a third movie that is planned for the Suicide Club trilogy, and apparently all the plot holes in the first movie, or seemingly strange plot holes, will be patched up and make a lot more sense just by the second movie alone, which I hear is far less graphic in parts and is more of a drama. Beyond the graphic opening scene, there are still many other scenes that are shocking and very controversial. I'd say nothing reaches the level of that first scene, but fans of blood and guts and gore in their movies, they'll find enough to like in this one. But because the story kind of jumps from blood and guts to like 13-year-old girls dancing and singing on stage, some fans won't really know what to make of it all. Suicide Club's take on a modern Japan presents a lot of real issues that are actually happening. As many of you know, suicide rates are higher in that country than they are in other parts of the world, and the fascination with the media is a big part of this movie, which is part of what we face in the modern world. So I think the director Sono really touches on a lot of aspects of the modern world that hit very close to home for a lot of people. So I think that elevates the fear, because the threat of suicide and the threat of media influence is definitely a real thing. So yeah. The DVD was released by TLA Releases in part of their Danger After Dark collection. It's a very nice presentation. It's the unrated version, so you're getting the whole thing. Unfortunately, it's low on extras. There's a trailer and an image gallery. The trailer actually features scenes that were cut from the final version of the movie, which seems to go with a subplot that had to do with nurses and a security guard. It would have been nice if they just cut the whole thing out of the movie, I think, because it just adds more time to the movie and another plot point that's not really resolved. But yeah, it's a nice DVD, a good presentation, and definitely recommend. Fans of Shion Sono's work will also be happy to know that another one of his movies has been released by the same publisher, TLA. Another movie by the title of Strange Circus, which is a very erotically grotesque film. Somewhat hard to watch because of the subject matter, but I'll probably be reviewing that later. It's definitely a very bizarre movie. In conclusion, Suicide Club is a very interesting and thought-provoking film that unfortunately isn't entirely clear by the time the movie's done. Some of the plot points don't really add up, but hopefully this will be remedied by seeing the sequel. For Japanese horror fans looking for something with both blood and guts and a brain to it as well, with enough to think about, definitely recommend checking out Suicide Club. It's a very great film, and one that will leave you thinking. So thanks again for joining us on Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. I'm Swan, and we'll see you next time.
The train for Tokyo will be departing soon. Please stay behind the yellow line. 1, 2, Suicide Club.
Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 9. Today we're talking about Takashi Miike's slow-burning 1999 classic, Audition. Audition tells the story of Aoyama, a man who has previously lost his wife. 7 years after her death, Aoyama's son urges him to try and find a new wife because, let's face it, he's not getting any younger now that he's in his middle age. Aoyama talks to a friend of his who's in the film industry who says, well, here's an idea, why don't we hold a phony audition, and try to meet girls that way for you. Aoyama, nice guy as he is, goes along with this sexist plan, and eventually he does find a woman. Of all the girls at the audition, Aoyama is entranced by a woman named Asami, whom is a very frail and quiet, soft-spoken girl who was once a ballerina, but because of some injury she had to stop. He becomes obsessed with this girl. Aoyama's friend warns him that he's taking things too far, too fast, and he urges him not to call her or make too much contact with the girl. But Aoyama, in his blind pursuit of Asami, can't seem to shake her, and he finds himself thinking about her all the time. Eventually, his world and hers collide in what turns out to be one of the most dramatic and shocking endings of any film. The first half of Audition, or at least the first hour, is very slow, deliberately slow, and some may find complaint with this in that the film actually might seem a bit boring to some people. And I suppose that is true. I've had some friends who've watched this with me and, they couldn't stand the film. They just wanted to get to the ending to see what happens. I think the ending is made all the more powerful, though, by allowing yourself to get caught off guard because you've been so entranced by the slow-moving nature of the film that once it makes the jump to a downward spiral into madness, that it's all that more effective. Of course, the story is greatly helped out by all of the performances of the actors and actresses. Ryo Ishibashi does a great job as the main role of Aoyama. The actress who plays Asami, who's pretty much an unknown, she doesn't do that many movies, she's only been in a few, did a fantastic job. And the supporting characters are great. The dialogue is fantastic. When you rewatch the film, you'll actually notice things that connect to the main story that didn't really, seem to make any sense the first time you watched it. Little comments about fish. Of course, watching Audition, one comes to notice the different themes of what is this film actually saying about society? What is it saying about men and women? Is the film sexist, or is it actually portraying women in a much stronger light and role? Once you watch the whole movie, you'll see. And that's great. You can watch this and get many different interpretations. It's certainly there to see both sides of the story. Aoyama, he's a nice guy. He has a nice family, but he does go along with this very sexist idea of holding an audition to meet girls. And his ideal woman is very subservient to him. So what does this say about men and women, the relations? The movie is all about that, not just with Aoyama and Asami, but there's Aoyama's son and his girlfriend, the office worker that Aoyama works with. There are plenty of little side stories and connections to the main plot, and it all adds up for a great story. Audition is kind of a love it or hate it film. Some people love it, like myself. Some people hate it. I personally think this is my favorite movie that I've ever seen of any genre, of any country, from any director. I love the pacing of the film. I think it's made so much more effective by having the slow, virtually safe pacing of the beginning. I love how when you can rewatch it, you can notice things you didn't notice the first time. Takashi Miike did a great job directing this. There's solid performance, solid music, solid pretty much everything. The ending is where all the gore comes in, and the violence and the bloody stuff. And that does not disappoint. The DVD of Audition was released by Lionsgate Films, and they did a superb job bringing this out. This is the uncut special edition. It's got a lot of bonus features. There's some interviews with Takashi Miike. He does a little introduction to the DVD explaining people walking out on the film. There's a Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments when this one made the top 100, I think at number 11 or so. There's a little commentary on a few select scenes by Takashi Miike. It would have been nice to get the whole film, but what's there is nice. The DVD also features an interview with Ryu Murakami, who wrote the original story Audition, so it was great to see his input on that. There's an image gallery, I think some trailers perhaps, so yeah, lots of nice supplemental material on here, and the presentation, video, sound-wise, all great. If you're a fan of Takashi Miike's work, I strongly recommend checking out Agitator, The Cinema of Takashi Miike by Tom Mez. It's a great book that is pretty much solid reading for any Miike fan. It goes over a lot of his films up to 2003 in this edition. Audition is one of those movies that's either love it or hate it. I happen to really love it. I think that some people find it to be overhyped and that the violence at the end doesn't really amount that much to other Miike films. And in some ways that's true. It's definitely hard-hitting, but not some of the worst stuff he's done. But for me, this is a great film. It's fun to watch. It's got a lot of social commentary. I think it's excellent. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. The DVD I'd probably give an 8 out of 10. It's got a lot of great features. Could have had a little bit more, but what's there is awesome. So yeah, Audition is a film that definitely needs to be experienced, and I recommend everybody out there who considers himself a Japanese horror fan check it out. See you next time. Kitty, 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 kitty. Ah! Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, Episode 10. Today's terrifying tale comes to us from Katsuya Matsumura with Kirei, the Terror of Beauty. The Terror of Beauty tells the story of Yoko, a very beautiful, popular, and powerful cosmetic surgeon. Well, one day, this very unattractive woman named Yoshie comes to her and requests that she operate on her. And once she presents, 300 million yen or something, Yoko takes the job. But even after she does the job, Yoshie keeps coming back. And she wants more jobs. It's not just the eyelids now. I want you to do my nose or my mouth or whatever. And she keeps presenting all this money to her. So Yoko, keeps doing the jobs. But the more that she is around Yoshie, the more insecure she starts to feel about herself. Eventually, bizarre things start to happen where Yoko works, and she finds herself drowning more and more in Yoshie's self-pity and desire to be changed. It has a few gory scenes in it. but unfortunately, these are few and far between. I'm just gonna come out and say it right now. Watching Kirei makes me feel kind of dirty. Why is that, you might be asking? Well, let's just say there is a ton of nudity in this movie. Very gratuitous. Now, I don't have a problem with nudity in my movies. They can be done very artistic, they can be done very tasteful, but in this one, it's just exploitation and there's no real sense to it. I'm guessing the sense to adding the nudity was to showcase how beautiful Yoko is supposed to be, and I get that. I mean, okay, the film starts with essentially a shower scene, so okay, you know, whatever, we get it, she's sexually attractive. But that's not it. 2 shower scenes, 5 sex scenes, and 1 deformed breast scene later, and we've reached the end of the film, and there might be only a few scary scenes. In addition to the gratuitous and unnecessary amount of sexuality and nudity, the movie is full of bad acting, of very lame plot and dialogue, and it probably has a very low budget. There are approximately maybe a handful of locations that you see in the film. Yoko's bedroom, Yoko's office, a waiting room, the surgery room, and maybe a few others, but that's about it. So you're looking at like the same 4 or 5 rooms throughout the entire film. It gets really boring. It's really boring to watch, and I guess the director thought, well, if we throw in some sex scenes, maybe it'll keep you interested. But no, it doesn't. There are some other parts of Kirei that are particularly annoying. The fact that the main character Yoko has to narrate what's going on. When she narrates, you know, in the first person, well, Yoshie came in today and she asked me to do this and that. We don't need this narration. We clearly can see, you know, what's going on and what's happening. So this is another instance of a film that's telling too much instead of showing. Also, the ending, it just drags on forever. You think the film's over, then it keeps going, and then by the time it does end, it's incredibly cliche. You can see it a mile away. The gore scenes were nice. I'm gonna give the film credit there. Like, a few of them, they were, you know, pretty edgy, I guess. This is more of the medical horror, I suppose. So, I guess this probably would be closest to Infection of the ones I've reviewed thus far, although that's a far better medical horror story. So, definitely if you need something with doctors and scalpels and syringes, get that one. And if you want naked doctors, I guess get Kirei. So yeah, the DVD was by Tokyo Shock. They did a pretty good job overall. The presentation's nice, the menus are nice and easy to navigate. DVD also has a pretty extensive making of, which features a lot of interviews with the actresses of the film, so that was pretty good. There's the Japanese trailer as well as trailers for other Tokyo Shock titles. So yeah, you know, decent extras, I suppose. Kirei does have a few decent points for it. I just wish that it was handled a bit differently. The film covers a lot of very human elements and themes: greed, lust, obsession, the desire to change yourself, perfection, but it's just hampered down by the fact that, you know, too much gratuitous nudity, too many long, boring conversations with stilted dialogue. You know, I think it's probably the wrong director, maybe the wrong actresses. I will say that the actress who plays Yoshie, the unattractive woman who keeps coming back for more surgery, she did a decent job. So yeah, at the end of the day, Kirei, The Terror of Beauty is not something that I would recommend. The film itself, I would probably give 3 out of 10. Sorry, you know, it just does not hold my attention, and I think it was poorly made. The DVD, I'd give it a generous 5 out of 10. You know, it's pretty average DVD, you know, an average amount of extras and presentation-wise. If you're looking for a movie that's got doctors in it and medical horror, try something like Infection. And yeah, if you want the naked doctors, I guess you could try Kirei, but honestly, just go watch a porno. Thanks, I'm Swan, and we'll see you next time. Scalpel, scalpel. Other scalpel, other scalpel. Tons of nudity. Tons of nudity. Kirei. Like, don't buy this movie. I can't even spoof it. You know, sorry. Hey, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, episode 11. Today we're talking about Takashi Shimizu's 2005 smash hit, Reincarnation. The story of Reincarnation goes that there was once this hotel where a bloody massacre took place, and now a filmmaker has decided it'd be a nice idea to like make a movie about it and recreate it at the exact same hotel. So yeah, as you can guess from Takashi Shimizu film and from Japanese horror in general, things don't go as planned, and pretty soon mysterious and spooky things start happening to everybody involved with the film. So can the actors and actresses survive what's going on at the hotel? And what is really going on there? What's a strange doll have to do with it? And is what's happening right now is what happened before? So a lot of questions, and by the end of the film, you'll get your answers. It's tightly made. It's slow in little parts, sometimes it does drag on a little bit, but it does build towards a satisfying conclusion. Definitely did enjoy the story of this one. Reincarnation is a ghost story, similar to Ju-On in some ways, in that you have the haunted establishment, but a lot of people also compare it to The Shining by Stanley Kubrick, which is one of my favorite movies of, any country. I think, that's a fair thing to compare to if you kind of mix Ju-On and The Shining. While Reincarnation doesn't really reinvent the Japanese ghost genre, it's still a very satisfying movie. It's not going to like change the way that you watch these kind of movies, but for what it's worth, it's, pretty solid. It's got some jumpy scenes, a few gory scenes mostly near the end. The performances are all good, the music and sound is nice, so yeah. Definitely, overall, it's, a pretty good film. It's just not, mind-blowingly different than a lot of the stuff that's already out there. One of the strongest aspects about this film was the performance of the lead actress, Yuka. This was her first feature-length film, and she did an amazing job. Very believable, some of the best screaming and running and being scared on camera that I've seen in a long time. So she made this movie, essentially. Like, she's one of the highlights of this film. And definitely check out a performance in this. Of course, the doll in the movie is also really, really creepy. I'm not going to give much away or show you too much of that, but definitely look out for that doll. I mean, Chucky has got to move over because this doll is creepy, especially when you get near the end of the film. That's definitely something to look forward to. So yeah, check it out. The DVD of Reincarnation comes to us from Lionsgate Films. As you know, they've released a lot of good Japanese horror over here, which I've reviewed. This is part of their After Dark Horror Fest line. So that was cool. This film was able to be with like 7 or 8 other films, I guess, and they were able to showcase it around in some festivals and whatnot. So it also got a little added promotional push because of the After Dark. The DVD itself is very well made. It's got a lot of extras, a ton of extras. Interviews with the director, Takashi Shimizu, interviews with the cast, some deleted scenes with commentary from Shimizu and the cast and crew, so very nice. If I were to give a score to Reincarnation, I'd probably give the movie an 8 out of 10. Thought it was satisfying, thought it was pretty good overall, very much enjoyed it. I'd give the DVD an 8 out of 10 as well, a lot of extra features, very nice, so yeah, solid scores all around. But yeah, Reincarnation's a solid film, it's got a lot of good stuff going for it. It's got believable actors and actresses on the film, talented director, he's doing what he does best. It doesn't really reinvent the genre, it's not going to make you watch movies any different. But for what it's worth, he's got some solidly satisfying scenes in this. Definitely a good movie to get into. I enjoyed it. It's the one I've rewatched again, so yeah, definitely try to check out Reincarnation. Thank you for joining me on this 11th episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. I'm glad to see all the new subscribers and comments and ratings. It's very nice, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And yeah, I've got some new reviews coming next week, so until then, we'll see you next time. Hey everybody, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, episode 12. Today we're taking on Shion Sono's 2005 erotic and grotesque shocker, Strange Circus. Strange Circus tells the story of a sexually abused 12-year-old named Mitsuko who is forced to watch her parents have sex through a peephole in a cello case. And the abuse doesn't end there. Her father abuses her even more while at school and at home, and eventually rapes her. Later on, we're introduced to a wheelchair-bound erotic novelist named Taiko, who seems to be writing about Mitsuko. So what's the connection between this woman, Mitsuko, her mom, and her dad? Well, that's the mystery, and as they say on the case, reality is the mystery, and that is no joke. This movie is a mind-bender. It goes from reality to fantasy in the blink of an eye and the snap of a finger. Strange Circus is definitely a very hard film to watch. There's rape scenes, there's a lot of sex scenes, there's bondage, amputations, graphic violence. It's not very uplifting. You're either really going to love it or you're going to hate it. I've read a lot of reviews that say, this movie is trash and that, it's garbage, and some of my friends can only watch like 5 minutes and they just had to stop, they did not want to watch this film. But I think if you sit down with it, you'll find that the director of Suicide Club has come back with a movie that I think is even better than Suicide Club. It's tighter, more coherent, and definitely gets a point across that I think was somewhat lost in the bizarre and almost eclectic nature of Suicide Club. The plot is all about identity and sexual identity, for that matter. I think the plot and the themes of the movie come across much more clearer than what they did in Suicide Club. So I think this is Sono's better work of the two films that have been released here in the States anyways. I think the themes of the movie definitely do come across a lot better in this. It's harder to watch because what the themes entail, but I think if you stick around with it, you're going to find a movie that definitely plays with identity, plays with who people are, plays with how a family shapes you, how society shapes you and views you, and how you contribute back to that. So definitely there's merit to the film, even though there are some very cringe-worthy scenes. So if you're weary about, sexuality and violence, then this might not be the movie for you. Just being grotesque and erotic and having a nice story wouldn't be enough to really recommend this film, but thankfully all of the elements come together here. The acting is superb. Masumi Miyazaki, who played the lead role of the mother in this film, does an excellent job. She goes from being terrifying and abusive in one scene to being funny and almost charming in another scene. Yeah, definitely the characterization and the acting was superb in this film. The set design is wonderful. I mean, there are some scenes where the walls are bloody red and there's a TV with the father's eyes on it. Taeko, the novelist's room that she lives in, is really colorful. The circus scenes themselves, because we keep going back to this really strange circus of the title. Everyone's in these elaborate costumes. The set design's great. Definitely, I mean, it's a feast for the eyes, and though sometimes the feast becomes something you don't want to eat, it's definitely there. So yeah, Strange Circus is a great film, although some of you may be wondering, a few reviews back for the Kirei Terror of Beauty, I was bashing that movie because of the amount of nudity and sexuality in it, but here I'm glorifying it in Strange Circus. Why is that the case? Well, it's because they are both used in entirely different ways. The nudity and sexuality in this movie is a core theme of Strange Circus, and it's not there just to, wake you up or whatever, or keep you from watching the movie. It serves a point, it serves a purpose, it tells a story, it's an integral part. The nudity and sexuality in Kirei was just pointless and overdone and just really, not necessary, but here it's a key part of the story, so definitely just try to keep an open mind when you watch this film. The DVD comes to us from TLA Releasing. They did a great job here. This is the uncut version. You get the full movie. There's an hour-long making of that's included with this that goes through the casting and the directing, and you got interviews with everybody. Really, really nice. It's a great DVD, and I definitely recommend you go out and get this copy. When it comes down to it, Strange Circus is definitely a very unique film. For a rating, I would give it probably an 8 out of 10, I'd say. It's very unique. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Wondering throughout the movie what's real, what's not, who's who. So it's a great mystery. The imagery is, very different. Sometimes very breathtaking, sometimes very appalling. So yeah, just keep an open mind, as I've been saying throughout this movie, and just try to watch it. And I think you'll have some feeling towards it, and maybe it'll be strong, maybe not. Fans of the Suicide Club director should definitely give Strange Circus a look. It's got some similar aspects to the Suicide Club, but overall deals with entirely different issues. If you're looking for some shocking cinema, this is your man. If you're looking for some insightful and thought-provoking cinema that's going to leave you, thinking, then definitely check this out. So yeah, brave filmgoers, please go give Strange Circus a try. And I'm Swan, and as always, we'll see you next time. gang, welcome to the 13th episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're tackling the 2006 spooky fun-filled ride from Takeshi Furusawa, Ghost Train. I guess before we start the review, I'm actually going to apologize for the amount of time it's taken to get this one up. As some of you know, I've moved to Japan for study abroad, and it's taken up a lot of my time. You can see I've made some videos here of that, but the J-horror reviews are still coming, more on the way as well, so thank you for your patience, and without further ado, let's dive into the review of Ghost Train. The story of Ghost Train revolves around two sisters, Nana and her little sister Noriko. Now one day Noriko finds this strange train pass at a station, and she picks it up and takes it home. But little does anybody know that this train pass houses a lot of danger. And then in addition to this strange train pass, there's been a lot of children that have gone missing recently in connection with the train station. So what is the connection between the train pass and the missing children? And what do you do when the owner of the train pass might be beyond the grave? It's a race against time to find out in this spooky story. The thing with Ghost Train is that it's very much in tone with a lot of the recent J-horror, and it doesn't offer too much material that's new to the genre. Although there are a few jumpy scenes here and there, and it actually made me jump in one of them, and the ending is a little bit unexpected. By and large, you're going to be feeling a lot of deja vu to other older and, well, better films. This one reminds me a lot of the Ju-on, The Grudge, and I even get a little bit of One Missed Call and Dark Water thrown in there, just because of the relationships between some of the characters and some of the, the actual chills and spills, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, there's not too much new in this one. That's not to say it's a bad movie. It's not. It's actually, an enjoyable movie to watch. You get a bowl of popcorn, you watch it, it's a solid evening. But there's just not too much new in it. But, the film has some other merits. The locations set on the trains and the train stations is very unique and very different from a lot of the other J-horror films that seem to take place in, houses or other, spooky locations. And it does move at a pretty brisk pace, so, constantly something's happening on screen, which is pretty nice. You won't get bored watching this. Like I said, this is a nice little popcorn movie to just sit down and have an evening with. So, yeah, it works on a couple different levels. The acting isn't really anything to write home about either. They're solid performances, but they're nothing like, noteworthy. The DVD does come with an English dub, but the English dub takes some liberties with the script, and it kind of modernizes it with some slang and other such things. So I wouldn't really 100% recommend watching that one, unless you really like English dubs, which is fine. I'd go with the Japanese language track, which sounds good. Sounds a lot better in my ears. So yeah, it's an alright performance. In addition to the English dub, the DVD also features a commentary with the English voice actors. ADV, who released the DVD, did a pretty nice job with some extras. In addition to the English dub, the commentary, you've got a little making of, you've got some of the Japanese trailers for the film, and you've got trailers for other ADV titles, and so it's pretty nice, pretty solid DVD. It's got, nice features. As far as ratings go for this one, I'd give the film and the DVD a 6 out of 10, so it's slightly above average. It's pretty nice, but I think the thing is that for fans that have seen a lot of J-horror, there's not going to be a lot to really wow you in this one. There's not going to be something new that really comes out and, makes you realize why you enjoy watching these films. Instead, it's just, it's okay, it's pretty good, but nothing, extraordinary. For fans that are new to J-horror, however, I think this would be a great film, along the lines of Ringu and Ju-on, to be one of the first films to show somebody, just because it has a lot of the elements of J-horror. It's not that violent, it's more of the supernatural kind of stuff, and it moves at a fairly fast pace, so I think it'll keep your attention. So yeah, Ghost Train, it's a solid movie. And I think, there's something in there for everybody, but more so for the people that are getting, are just starting to get their feet wet with J-horror. So thank you for watching this episode of J-horror Reviews, and as always, we'll see you next time. everybody, welcome to the 14th episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we've got a pretty interesting title that comes to us from Yu Kaneda from 2000, and that would be Boogiepop and Others. Now, the Boogiepop franchise actually began life as a series of light novels in Japan. This movie being an adaptation of the first novel, it later spawned some manga and a very phenomenal anime series that's what got me into the Boogiepop franchise. But this movie actually takes place before the anime series, and it's an adaptation of the first book. If it sounds confusing, I'm sorry, but it's only going to get muddier. The story of Boogiepop is so multi-layered and complex that to give it any justice is really hard to do in like 5 minutes. But here's the bulk of the story from this movie. The film revolves around a group of high school students, all dealing with their own issues of isolation, depression, love, growing up, and all sorts of real-life themes. But there's a lot of weird things happening behind the scenes. There's this mysterious cloaked figure named Boogiepop, who the students call the Angel of Death, who seems to be taking children away. There's a lot of kids that are going missing at the school. There's also this very strange-looking man called Echoes, who doesn't seem to be able to speak, only to mimic. Add in the fact that there's this new drug that's going around that seems to be making some pretty terrible results, and you've got a very complex and unique story that's pretty much unlike, any other story out there that I've heard. So the story is very complex and interconnected, which rewards repeat viewings and connecting this to the manga, the books, and the anime. But there are a couple problems with this movie. One, the production values are pretty poor. The special effects and the action scenes are laughable in most cases, and the acting, for the most part, is not so good. It's melodramatic in a lot of scenes, which really takes you out of the mood of the movie and into, making fun of it. It doesn't really capture the engaging essence of the anime series, which is one of my favorites, and I can watch that multiple times and not get tired of it. This movie, it's really hard to get through it because there's so many long, drawn-out scenes with bad production values that I usually either turn the DVD off or fall asleep, and this is coming from a die-hard Boogiepop fan, so I can't even imagine, what somebody who's not familiar with the franchise would think. There are so many characters to keep track of, the relationships between the characters as well, that I think, if you're not familiar with the franchise, this one's going to be a hard one to get through. It does have some redeeming values. The soundtrack is particularly nice. You can also buy the CD, available in the US. The story is very nice. Obviously it's adapted from an excellent book, and it's pretty closely follows the book. There's a few liberties here and there, but overall very nice. And it rewards viewers to look at the whole franchise and put all the pieces together, which is very fun. It's one of the reasons you would watch something like this, with such a complex story, is to figure out how everything fits together. So, on a few levels, it's quite enjoyable. I would recommend it to the, fans of the Boogiepop series, but just know that, it could have been so much better. It's kind of boring and kind of campy, to be honest. And I'm actually quite hesitant to even, call this a horror movie, because the story is so multi-layered that it encompasses a lot of different themes. But, if you want something really different, and hopefully this will lead you to watching the anime, which I highly recommend for anybody. Even if you're not into anime, that anime is unlike any other one. Or even read the books. A few of those have been translated in English as well. Then that's good. But on its own, the movie does suffer. One thing that doesn't suffer, however, is the DVD. It's been released by the Right Stuff International. They also released the anime series here in the West, and they did a fantastic job with the movie as well. It's got a lot of extras. It's got making of. It's got like a premiere footage. It's got all this behind-the-scenes stuff, storyboards, some little written text from the director. It's, some trailers. There's a lot of good stuff. I think, it totals over like 50 minutes of extras. So, definitely, they did a great job with the DVD. If I had to give Boogiepop a score, the film version is probably only going to get a 4 out of 10 for me. while the DVD itself gets a 7 out of 10. It's, it's a nice story, and, fans of the anime like it, but well, as much as you can like it, I guess, but everybody else is probably going to get bored silly with this one, so, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. It's certainly an interesting film with a very, thought-provoking story. It's just too bad that the movie version doesn't do the series justice. So yeah, hopefully next time we'll get a better film, but for now, this is Swan signing off, and as always, we'll see you next time. Hey, welcome to the 15th installment of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we are looking at one of my favorite movies, and this comes to us from the director of Ju-On, Takashi Shimizu. This movie, of course, is Marebito. Now, the plot of Marebito is a very strange one, and it's unlike a lot of other conventional horror films. There's not a lot of spooky scenes or gory scenes, in fact, but instead it creates a very strange vibe all throughout the film, and it's a very perverse and very maddening film that just seems to spiral deeper and deeper into insanity. But we'll start from the beginning. It stars a cameraman who's brilliantly played by Shinya Tsukamoto. If you don't know who that is, he is the director of other classic Japanese films such as The Iron Man. So yeah, he was great to be picked for this role, and I'm really glad that he's in it. So he's a cameraman, he's obsessed with death, and then one day he comes across he's watching a video of a man in a subway who kills himself, and he wants to know, what did this guy see that led him to do that, to commit suicide. So he goes to the subway, and he finds that there's like a secret like civilization and all these tunnels that are underneath Tokyo, and he keeps going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. And he comes across like the ghost of the man that killed himself. At least we think it's a ghost at first, we're not really sure. And eventually he gets to the secret like city that's underneath the subway systems, and he finds a girl, and she's shackled to the wall or whatever. So he takes the girl home with him, and thus begins his new life with this girl who's humanoid but doesn't seem to speak any language or eat anything that he's been preparing for her. So yeah, as you can see, it's a pretty weird setup for a story, but it allows for a lot of interesting and very peculiar situations that I haven't seen in a lot of movies, so I was really glad that there's a lot of originality in this one. All of the performances in this movie are spectacular. Shinya Tsukamoto in particular does a great job. He was born to play this role as this death-obsessed cameraman. I mean, this kind of bizarre, creepy, story that you could try to make sense of it all, but in the end, maybe it's more about, how you feel from watching the movie than trying to make sense of everything, because there is a surprise twist at the end, as well as a lot of little subplots that are going on in the background that if you try to connect them, get some really interesting results. Tsukamoto actually narrates a lot of the film, it explains to the viewers what's happening, and this is done very well. There's a nice musical score to it that's very creepy, atmospheric. The girl that plays the woman that he finds underground, she does a great job, very convincing, very scary. So yeah, everything in this movie is done top-notch, and it's amazing that it was only filmed in 8 days. So Takashi Shimizu, the director, did this, all the filming in, a little bit over a week, which is fantastic, that it took him, such little time to make such a great movie. So, I think that was really cool. But yeah, if you go in expecting like another Ju-On or a Grudge or a Ringu or a Dark Water or something, you're not going to get one of those. Like I said, there's not a lot of scary jump out of your seat moments, and there's not even a lot of gory movement, though there are a few bloody scenes here and there. They're few and far between. It's more of like a psychological descent into one man's, madness, which I think is one of the main themes of the movie. It's perception, how we view things. We see how this obsessed cameraman views, his world, and we see this on multiple levels, and you'll understand, as soon as you watch the movie. But I think, it's a good, message on, how we view the world in the modern age. So
definitely, I think there's some great substance to this one. The DVD actually comes to us from Tartan Asia Extreme. They did a superb job. We have interviews with Shinya Tsukamoto, the main actor, the director, Takashi Shimizu, the producer, and we have some trailers for other titles and the trailer for this one. So yeah, they did a great job. If I had to give a score to this movie, I would probably give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's Shimizu's greatest work. I'd give the DVD a 7 out of 10, a lot of good stuff. My really only, minor complaint is that it does drag on in a few scenes. Certainly, some parts are a bit slower than I would like, but overall, you just gotta let yourself get immersed into the film. I think you'll enjoy it a great deal, because it is really a good movie. So yeah, Marebito by Takashi Shimizu, really great Japanese horror film. It's unlike, probably 99% of the stuff that's on the market right now. You're not gonna get, a haunted house. You're not gonna get a bunch of ghosts with, long black hair or whatever, but instead you're gonna get this really, dark and perverse story about, perception and madness. So I think if you want something different, this is definitely a good title to go after. So yeah, Marebito, please go pick it up. And I guess this is Swan signing off, and we'll see you next time.
It's that time again, time for another Swan's Japanese horror reviews, and today we've got probably one of the most shocking and bizarre titles that I've ever reviewed. This 1989 black and white techno classic is brought to us by Shinya Tsukamoto. Now you might recognize that name because he was the actor who starred in Marebito from my last review. Well, this is the film that made him super famous, or at least gathered him a cult following. So without further ado, here's my review for the ever-shocking Tetsuo The Iron Man. Tetsuo is a fairly short film. It's only about 64 minutes, so really just over an hour. But in that hour, you will see images and scenes of things that you have probably never seen in a film before, and sometimes hopefully you never will ever again. It starts off with a man who is inserting metal into his body, and it's pretty graphic from the first 5 minutes alone, and if that's any indication of what's going to be going on later in the film, yeah, you might want to be careful. But eventually this guy who's putting metal in him, gets run over by this other guy in his car, and then we switched, so we're following this other man, the guy who ran the other guy over. And basically, he's not having that good of a day. This weird robot girl has been following him, which leads up into a very shocking sexual encounter that's very graphic and not for the faint of heart. He ran over the other guy with his car, and on top of it all, he's kind of turning into a robot. So, yeah, not the best of days by anyone's book. So the story is incredibly odd, and it takes us through this man's journey of himself assimilating with metal, and his flesh is slowly giving way to robotic parts in all over his body, which leads to another sexual encounter later on that is intensely graphic, and none of my friends could stomach to watch the film from this one scene alone. So yeah, this film is not for children. If I was a kid and I saw this movie, I would probably cry myself to sleep for like years. I would be so shocked. Even, at my age right now, some of it is like still really hard to watch. And this is an older film, in 1989. Well, it's not like old or anything, but compared to most of the stuff I review, it's a bit more dated, but yet it's far more shocking, and it's far more powerful in its imagery than a lot of the current stuff, which is, ghosts and supernatural, which is fine. I mean, that's the great thing about Japanese horror. It allows for all these things to coexist. You get different kinds of movies. And this is a different kind of movie. There are scenes of self-mutilation, scenes of intense violence, but there's also, I think, a fair amount of symbolism behind the scenes here. Some people read this film, you know, obviously it came out in 1989, you know, we're starting to get more and more electronic things, you know, are starting to get more and more high-tech. So maybe it's a commentary on that. Some people read this as actually a homosexual film where the man is having a sexual crisis and he is slowly discovering his sexuality. And I can actually see some of that in this film, definitely. I think there's fair enough evidence to get that from the film. I don't know if that's what Sugimoto intended. Whether he did or not, I mean, it's certainly, I think, a viable telling of the story. The way that Tetsuo The Iron Man is shot might turn off some people because there's a lot of like jumpy cameras and whatnot, and you know, fast motion, slow motion, stop animation. So it's really neat. There's a lot of like cool stuff that's happening. Sometimes it's pretty 80s, like some of it looks like 80s music videos. There's a really industrial soundtrack, which is really good. I love the soundtrack to this movie. There's not much dialogue. There's, you know, some lines here and there, but most of it's like grunting and yelling and laughing and crying. It takes, you know, a certain kind of stomach to get through one of these movies, and an open mind as well. So this is not your traditional J-horror. If you put this on the shelf next to like The Ring, these movies are so far apart. You know, it's even worse than apples and oranges. It's out of this world, to be honest. So this is a hard movie to recommend to people, but I think that if you sit down and give it a chance and you have a really open mind and you're okay with intense amounts of sexuality and taboo sexuality, and I think, you know, you might find something interesting in this film. The DVD comes to us from Tartan Asia Extreme, and while it's a standard, you know, release, basically, it's got production notes and some trailers for Tartan Asia Extreme releases. There's also some scenes from other Shinya Tsukamoto films, which is probably the highlight of the extra features on the DVD. If I had to give it a score, I would probably give it 8 out of 10, to be honest. I think it's a really unique film, very well made. Perhaps some parts might be a little over the top, and maybe some parts actually a little slow in places. So the pacing might be a little odd in the 60 minutes or so, but overall it's a very nice film. And I'd give the DVD 6 out of 10. Tetsuo The Iron Man. It's certainly a hard movie to sum up in, you know, the span of just a few minutes, but I hope, you know, by hearing what I have to say and by looking at some of the pictures, you know, maybe you'll give this one a try if you happen to feel the urge to give it a try. This is the kind of movie that you should watch, you know, in the dead of night, like 2 in the morning or something, have all the lights off and just be alone, because odds are no one's going to want to watch this movie with you. I've tried. So yeah, excellent film, excellent makeup and special effects, you know, very thought-provoking, very shocking. So yeah, this is definitely one for the record books, and wow, it's a weird one. So anyways, as always, I'm Swan. This has been a horror review, and we'll see you next time. Hey, welcome to another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're actually looking at one of Takashi Miike's most recent films. This one was done for the Showtime series Masters of Horror, and it was deemed too graphic for the initial run of episodes that it was left out of the American broadcast. But here it is on DVD by Anchor Bay Releasing, and it's, well, something else. So without further ado, here is Takashi Miike's Imprint. Imprint tells the story of a man played by Billy Drago who goes back to Japan to find a prostitute that he used to love. He made a promise that he would, you know, return for her one day. But as he gets there, he notices the place is pretty shady. He's on the wrong side of the tracks. There's dead bodies in the water. There's prostitutes all over the place, people with diseases and malformed bodies. But he eventually gets to a brothel, and he stays the night, and he comes to know this blue-haired prostitute, and her face is severely disfigured, and she happens to know the red-haired prostitute that he's looking for. So he asks, what happened to her. The whole movie revolves around what happened to Komomo, the red-haired prostitute that Billy Drago once loved. And we get this from our other blue-haired friend. And at first, the movie is actually pretty slow. Nothing graphic happens, for the first 20 minutes or so. And since the film's only 60 minutes, there's not that much to play with. But once the torture scenes do start, they're classic Miike. Some might argue that he's just treading old water, and some might argue that he's just putting in controversial scenes and subject matter just to push people's buttons. And I can kind of see that because certainly it's nothing too new for him, I think. A lot of the themes in here, even some of the ways that he's torturing the characters are vaguely similar to some of the other movies. So it's not Miike at his most original, but if you're a fan of what he does in his films, I think you'll find some stuff to like. But eventually we get to learn more about the blue-haired girl, and she becomes, the main focus of the story. And, she obviously has some sinister secrets of her own. And that leads to a satisfying conclusion. Some might say maybe a little cheesy. I personally thought, pretty good. The first time I watched it, there's some stuff that was very shocking. And a lot of friends have seen this one with me, and they seem to think, it's okay. Nothing, that'll go down in history, though. There's shock value and maybe some symbolism in some of the scenes, but not much else besides that. I think the greatest hindrance to this movie is the fact that because it was on Showtime, they decided to have everything be said in English. So all these Japanese actors and actresses who typically probably don't speak much English are reciting all their lines in a language that's alien to them. I would have much rather preferred they just would have put English subtitles in, because it often comes across as not that great and sometimes laughable. Billy Drago, the English guy, actually his performance is way over the top. It's comical in many scenes, and this guy knows English, and the presentation wise for the film could have been so much better, I think, if they would have just stuck to speaking in Japanese, and maybe casting someone else than Billy Drago. He has the look, but he was way over the top in this one. The film has a lot of good merits, though. Certainly, it has some very nice costumes and set design. The makeup and special effects are also nice. So, I mean, a lot of the work that goes into producing it was quite nice, and I can appreciate it. I mean, there's some very beautiful shots. Yeah, but it's just a shame that the way it's acted detracts from all of this. Yeah, the DVD was released by Anchor Bay Entertainment, and the DVD itself is actually a very solid job. There's a lot of extra features here. We've got a lengthy interview with Takashi Miike, some behind-the-scenes stuff on the makeup, special effects. There's a Miike biography. There's a commentary with some film critics, I think, or writers. Not Miike or anybody directly involved in the film, unfortunately. There's also some DVD features, DVD-ROM, I mean. If you put it in your DVD-ROM, you can access like the screenplay and like a screensaver. So all in all, with the addition of the obvious trailers, a lot of nice extra features here. So hats off to Anchor Bay. They did a stunning job. As a whole, Imprint probably is only going to get a 6 out of 10 for me, besides a few shocking moments and, a twist ending and some, beautiful, definitely beautiful set design and makeup and whatnot. I just feel that this isn't Miike's strongest work, and he's kind of treading old water. The English presentation of this, it doesn't help at all. In fact, it quite hinders the film. So it could have been so much more, which is unfortunate. But as it is, it's still a solid movie. If you're in for something shocking, then I think you'll enjoy it. The DVD, it gets an 8 out of 10, a lot of extra features. They did a really nice job with that, so nothing to complain about.
Miike is one of those filmmakers where you either love him or you hate him, and as much as he releases what I think are some great films, he also releases some that aren't up to the standards, which I think some of his better ones are. This is kind of falls in between. It's trying hard to be, you know, up there with the best, and at times it almost seems to, but it just falls apart in too many places. So Miike fans, you know, yeah, I would recommend this, you know, if you want something you know, a little sadistic, I guess, and, you know, a little shocking, but it does take a while to get going, and that English dialogue just really tears it apart. I'm sorry. So yeah, thank you for watching another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, and next time we'll follow our Miike trend with one of his most popular films. So hope that gets you excited, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're continuing our look at Takashi Miike's films with his 2001 gory and darkly humorous film, Ichi the Killer. Now, Ichi the Killer stars Tadanobu Asano as Kakihara, a very sadistic and cruel Yakuza member who is distraught after his boss is brutally killed. Kakihara likes to receive pain. He likes when people beat him up. He's one of those kind of guys. So when his boss, who's somebody who used to beat him up a lot, is dead, he wants to find the killer because maybe he can find someone that can hurt him even more. We also cross paths with Ichi, the title character, and he's like this cowardly, you know, guy in normal life, but he's also a killer, you know, obviously as the title implies, but he gets sexual arousal and satisfaction from killing people. So, you know, you've got the sadist and the masochist coming together, and when they do, it's certainly to be a battle of epic proportions. The film is all about breaking taboos. There's a lot of subject matter in here that you're not going to see, you know, in your traditional movies that you would find in the movie theater, you know, in the States. The movie goes through subjects of torture, rape, self-mutilation, sexual satisfaction through killing people, sexual satisfaction through getting hurt. You know, it covers a lot of ground, and there's a lot of gory and violent scenes. They're very memorable, they're very disturbing, but the thing is, it's also darkly humorous, you know. The film is based off a manga, it's based off a comic book, so a lot of the violence is actually over the top, and because of that, it's not, you know, scary per se. Maybe the first time you watch it, you might be, you know, really shocked, certainly, but it's more, you know, so over the top that, you know, it's not really scary, but almost, you know, humorous. Darkly so, you know, certainly, you know, the subject matter is, you know, pretty serious stuff. And, you know, there might be a good deal of symbolism, actually, if you take the time to look at it. Some of the computer effects that were used in the movie are actually pretty cheap looking, but that kind of adds to the humor of things, you know, because it is so over the top. To watch a man get, you know, sliced in two, or, you know, so many other things, you know, cutting off your own tongue, or piercing people in places that they shouldn't be pierced, or cutting off body parts, etc., etc. But yeah, I do think it kind of adds to the weird, darkly humorous charm of the film. The acting is pretty good. I mean, Tadanobu Asano is one of my favorite actors out there right now. He's great as Kakihara. He's got good range as an actor, I think, because he can do a movie like that and then do, you know, one of my favorite films, The Last Life in the Universe, and it's a polar opposite character. It's so interesting. I think he's, you know, one of the best Japanese actors out there right now. Also, Shinya Tsukamoto, you might remember that name from The Iron Man. He's the director of The Iron Man, did that review a few times back, and he also starred in Marebito. He is one of the main characters as well in this one. He's got a pretty humorous role as Gigi, so look out for him. And yeah, there's also a live-action prequel. I haven't seen it. It's not Miike. It looks like the production values are really low on that. And there's an anime short, also a prequel, I think. And I think Takashi Miike actually does the voice of Kakihara in that one. So that one might be worth tracking down.
The DVD actually comes to us from Tokyo Shock. Now there's like actually a couple different versions out there now. I have this older one from a few years back, which was the uncut, special edition they called it, and it had like a little commentary with the director Takashi Miike and just some trailers. It was a pretty sparse DVD, but pretty cheap. They've just recently released a 2-disc edition called the Blood Pack, I believe, and it's really nice packaging. And I don't have that one because I have the old one, but it looks like it contains a lot more interviews and some of the stuff that might have been on like the UK versions of the DVDs, which I think they had more extra features than us initially. If you haven't seen the film yet, I'd probably recommend the Blood Pack edition because that's probably what the stores are going to be stocking now. But otherwise, yeah, as long as you don't get the edited one, like the edited VHS tape, you should be okay. There is a great deal of sexuality in this movie as well. That seems to be one of the main themes of the actual movie is, sexual pleasure, and that's explored in various ways that are, mainly seen as taboo in the modern world, but it's quite interesting, So, I think there's some merit to this film. It does, raise some interesting topics, all the while being darkly entertaining, so hats off to Miike. Ichi, for me, is an enjoyable film, to watch every, few months or so, I guess. Some of the scenes are a little over the top, and it's not my favorite Miike work. Certainly, I think, more subtle films like Audition really do it for me more than this one. But, a lot of my friends seem to enjoy this one, and, it's a good reason why. It's a good movie, to sit down with friends and have a crazy night and watch it, I suppose, because it's so over the top and, it's so out there. So it's worth watching, but it's not my favorite, so I'd probably give the movie like a 7 out of 10, there's a lot of good, set pieces in it. Maybe some parts might drag on, here and there, but overall, it's worth watching, just so you can make up your own mind about, what you think of this. So yeah, and the DVD, my version, 6 out of 10, I guess. But the Blood Pack might get more, but yeah. So yep, that's Takashi Miike's Ichi the Killer. It's certainly a memorable film. So next week, I think we might actually be continuing our Miike thread, but we're gonna throw in some bonus stuff too. Actually, it might be 3 movies. So some of you probably already know what I'm talking about by those clues alone. So look forward to it, please, and I guess we will see you next time. Hey everybody, and welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Now today's episode is a special one because I've been getting a lot of comments and questions if I could review some horror from other countries, particularly Korean or Chinese, some other Asian horrors. So today we're actually looking at a movie called 3 Extremes, and it's going to make everybody happy because it's got a Chinese horror, a Korean horror film, and a Japanese horror film. 3 short films are all about 45 minutes in length or so. And it's quite nice, so let's get down to business. We'll start with the first film on the DVD. That would be Dumplings by Fruit-chan. Now I have to admit, I don't really have much experience with Chinese horror films. Mainly I've only watched mostly Japanese horror films. Yeah, I've seen some Korean ones as well. So it was quite interesting to watch Fruit-chan's Dumplings film. Dumplings tells the story of a woman who's always trying to make herself look better. She's getting older now, and her husband is not paying much attention to her. He's having affairs with other women. So she goes to this younger looking woman, and she is making a special dumpling that apparently if you eat it, you'll regain your beauty or regain your looks. But what's inside the dumpling? And it's quite shocking, and this one is, of the 3 movies, this is probably the grossest of the 3. There are definitely some cringe-worthy scenes. There's a few scenes in there that the first time I saw them, it was quite something else. I mean, this is 3 Extremes, and this is the Chinese extreme, really. So yeah, it was quite an interesting film. The next film on the DVD comes to us from the director of Oldboy, Chan-wook Park, and this is a film that's called, quite simply, Cut. This is a lot different from the other 2 films on this DVD in that this one has a lot more dark humor in it.
Some people might be a little confused. It balances a lot of tension and anxiety and fear with these strange dance routines, darkly humorous moments. But I think that's what makes the film interesting, is that it kind of goes from both ends of the spectrum, really. The story of Cut revolves around a popular Korean director whose life is put in jeopardy when an extra who had appeared in all of his films basically ambushes him at his house and his wife, essentially, and then he's tied up in a room, and the wife is super glued. Her fingers are super glued to a piano, and if he doesn't act quick enough with the demands of this crazed extra, then the man will cut off one of the woman's fingers every 5 minutes. So yeah, this one's definitely a lot more visceral. This one has a lot more violence going on in this one, but also, yeah, like I said, some darkly humorous moments. Finally, the third film on the DVD comes to us from famous Japanese director Takashi Miike, who I've been covering in the reviews here recently. This was the movie that I was most looking forward to, just because I'm a big fan of Miike, and I have to say, it does not disappoint. This is Miike at a very subtle and a very beautiful level. This is probably one of his best pieces of work, I have to say. I really put it up there with Audition. This one is very subdued, it's very relaxed, but at the same time it's really creepy and it's really unsettling. The story of this film, Box, revolves around a woman who's now a writer. Now, she used to be a contortionist in the circus with her twin sister when they were like 10 years old. But her sister was having a sexual affair with the man, the ringleader of the group. He was like a mime, and he was in their act, so he was a pedophile. And she was jealous that her sister was getting all the attention, getting all the support, and getting like little gifts and stuff, and she wasn't getting anything. So this causes her to do some pretty horrible things to her sister. There are some sexual scenes in this one, but it's not over the top, though. The themes of pedophilia might be a little off-putting to some, sure, but I think that Miike handled it in a fairly subdued way. He didn't go over the top in this one. And this one has the biggest payoff at the end for me. Like, the last scene that you'll see in this film, it has stuck with me since I've watched the DVD. Like, that is a haunting image that you will see. So really look forward to it. It's quite good. The DVD comes to us from Lionsgate Films, and it's quite nice. It's a 2-disc set. There's a feature-length version of Dumplings, so if you wanted to be grossed out more and see more to the story, then that's for you on the second disc. There's the normal trailers that you see on all these DVDs, but most interesting to me was that there was an audio commentary with Takashi Miike for the Box film that he directed, and that was really good. You get some insight into what he was thinking in the making of the film, so yeah, definitely a very nice DVD set, and I would really recommend it. What I really enjoy about watching Three Extremes is that you're going to get the whole spectrum of what makes a horror movie great. So if you're only into like gore and violence, you're going to find stuff like that in here, but there's also stuff for everybody else. There's the moody and creepiness, as well as like the tension and the rising fear, and there's even a little humor here and there, and some definite gross out moments here and there. Three Extremes for me is going to get a 9 out of 10. It's getting a lot of high praise from me. I think that all three movies are good, and because they're so different from one another, it makes for a really great viewing experience. The DVD, while the extras are sparse, the what's there is really good, and I was really glad to have that commentary from Miike, so that's going to get like a 7 out of 10 for me. So yeah, thank you for joining me on another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. It was really fun to bring in the Chinese and Korean films in this one. So yeah, I hope that you enjoyed it, and as always, we'll see you next time. Hey, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we've got a double feature that we're going to be taking care of. This comes to us from Gemini Entertainment, and that of course would be The Locker and The Locker Part 2. So let's check them out and see if they're any good. The story of both Locker films are based around urban myths and legends. Now, we start off in the first Locker film with a group of college kids who hear this story that if you're in Shibuya, which is one of the busy sections of Tokyo, and you go to this certain locker, this coin-operated locker, that if you confess your love there, then good things will happen to you. That's the story they hear, you know, good stuff. But, however, things aren't as they appear, and the legend is a bit different than what they realized. Soon enough, they find themselves
hearing a baby's cry everywhere that they go, in the car, on the street. They start to see things, and soon enough their numbers start to diminish. So that's the basic concept of the first movie. The first Locker film is basically, it's okay. It doesn't offer a lot that's new to the genre. In fact, you could probably say it rips off Ju-on heavily. It deals a lot with the curse. It deals with long black hair that's supposed to be scary. So in some ways, it's really more suited for those that are new to Japanese horror, so I'd recommend it for that. But then we've got the second movie on the disc, The Locker 2. Now this one is actually a lot better. The first one had a few scary jumpy moments, not too much blood at all, but the second one actually is a much better film than just the way it's filmed. It looks nicer. You can obviously tell they had a bigger budget for the second one, and it shows. So there's more scary scenes, and I actually wound up liking the second one a lot more. What's also really nice about the second Locker film on this DVD is that it is a direct sequel to the first one, and it involves many characters that survived the first one to be main characters in the second one. So it's really nice, and it really, once you watch both movies, you get a much more complete story. So, you know, very nice that Genyon put both movies on the same disc instead of having you buy them separately. So, yeah, even though the movies are kind of short, they're just about maybe 75 minutes each or so, I think, from memory. But yeah, it's really nice that they're both on the same DVD. Unfortunately, that DVD that they're both on is pretty sparse when it comes to extras. In fact, there's not really any real extras worth talking about. But you do get both films on one DVD, so you can't complain about that. So that's quite nice. For giving a grade to these Locker films, the first one's only going to get about a 5 out of a 10 for me. It's an okay film. It's just pretty cliche and more suitable for those that are new to the genre. I mean, if you've only seen like The Ring or The Grudge, or maybe even not even seen those, then this is definitely, I would recommend this, certainly. It doesn't have much in the way of violence or gore. It's more of atmosphere, which is nice. The second one, the story is much more developed, the characters are more developed, the budget's better, the cinematography's better, the scares are better. So pretty much, it's a far better film overall. So I would probably give that one a 7 out of 10. It was a much more enjoyable viewing experience. The DVD itself, I'm going to have to end up giving it a 5 out of 10. It's nice that both movies are there. There's no real extras, but you can't really complain. You get 2 films for the price of 1, so yeah, pretty good stuff. While The Locker might not offer too much new in terms of advancing Japanese horror, it still provides some nice spooky scenes, and the general atmosphere and vibe is quite nice. Sure, it's pretty similar to Ju-on and some other urban legend films, but that being said, I think if you're new to the genre, this is a great film to get into. And even the second one is quite nice for more veteran fans of Japanese horror who are looking for a little bit more. So yeah, it's good to have both films on the same DVD. This is a good one to show your friends who aren't really sure about where to start with Japanese horror films. So I hope you enjoyed this review of The Locker, Part 1 and 2, and maybe it's a DVD that's worth putting on your shelf. So that being said, thank you for joining me on another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. We'll see you next time. At last, I finally found the dreaded Locker. I wonder what could be inside. I'm so scared. I'm so scared it could be Krillin. Welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we've got another Takashi Miike film we're going to be looking at. This is one of his most bizarre films that he's ever made. That, of course, would be the 2004 Yakuza horror theater, Gozu. Gozu is a film that blends a lot of different genres into one, so at times it's part horror, part Yakuza, and even part comedy. The main story involves 2 Yakuza members, one of which has gone missing, and the other one, because he's such a good friend, goes out to find him. What happens is that he goes to all these strange and very weird places and has a lot of sexual experiences along the way while looking for his good friend. So yeah, it's a very abstract and weird movie. There's a lot of sexual imagery and sexual undertones that are explored. I think watching the film, definitely there's a strong homosexual undertone to the entire movie, but that's debatable, but it's definitely something that I caught on to in this film. Certainly, it's a very interesting film to watch because the first time it is really terrifying. There are some parts in there with the Gozu, the cow head itself, and some other scenes where it's really unnerving and frightening, but the second time, when you know what's coming, it's actually a pretty funny movie because of the absurdity of it all. So in that matter, I think it's a very finely crafted film. Definitely, Takashi Miike did a great job with this one. It's one of his better works, I think. So while I do consider Gozu to be more of a Yakuza film than a horror one, just because of the absurdity of it all and a lot of the situations that happen, I do highly recommend this for Japanese horror fans as well. I think you'll get a lot of bang for your buck with this one because there's a lot of very peculiar scenes in this one. If you like some of the shocking moments in some Japanese horror titles, you're going to find some stuff to like here. The ending, for example, in this one is quite memorable, but I'm not going to spoil it. But yeah, I definitely did not see that coming. So yeah, it's a film that rewards viewers with repeat viewing. You get to see things you didn't notice the first time. It's really nice. So yeah, but you do have to be careful because there is, for those that are easily offended by sexuality and some violence, then this movie might not be for you because it does go deeply into a lot of sexual topics. But if you're okay with that, then this is another movie that I really think should be on your shelf. The DVD comes to us from Pathfinder Entertainment, and they did a stellar job with this one. There's interviews with Takashi Miike conducted with Eli Roth and the director of Hellboy, among some others. There's a commentary by like a critic. There's, I think, a little making of. There's trailers. So yeah, they did a great job with the DVD. So if I had to give this movie a score, the film itself is going to get a very nice 8 out of 10 for me. I think it's really good. It kind of drags in a few places, definitely in the middle. There's some parts that are a bit harder to sit through because they do tend to drag on. But that being said, it's still an excellent film, and when it does pick up, it really picks up, and it's quite enjoyable to watch. The DVD, awesome, lots of nice extras, so that's going to get a nice 8 out of 10 as well. So overall, Gozu is a great film. While it might not be for everybody, I think Gozu is definitely a film that's worth watching. Takashi Miike fans are going to have a lot to love about this one because it does have a lot of his conventions and absurdities in this, so it's really great. A lot of people will compare it to some of his other works, such as Visitor Q, in just the way that it's so over-the-top and taboo-breaking. And definitely, yeah, that's a good comparison to make. But definitely this one is obviously Yakuza and horror-flavored. So, yes, I hope you enjoyed this review of Gozu. Very strange film, very bizarre, very genre-bending, mind-bending, very fun to watch. I think you'll enjoy it in trying to put the story together and how things are even possible to take place, if it's even possible. But that's something you have to discover when you watch it. So, that being said, I'm going to sign off now, and we'll see you next time. I've been so many strange places lately and seen so many strange things. I don't know how much longer I can hold out, but I have to find my brother. And I think that I've almost found him. My long-lost brother. It's here. It's him. Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. We're going to start off 2008 with Ataru Oikawa's 2007 film, Apartment 1303. So, welcome back, and enjoy the review. The story of Apartment 1303 involves a girl named Mariko. She's investigating this apartment where her sister died. And so she comes to the apartment, and basically all these strange things keep happening, and there seems to be a curse surrounding the room itself. So I'm just going to say it straight up right now that this movie is pretty cliche. Now, I was watching it with some friends of mine, and basically it has like a checklist of things that you're going to see in the big name Japanese horror films of the last 10 years or so. Creepy little girl, check. Long black hair, check. Some sort of grudge or curse, check. So
all in all, this is not that original of a film. If you're into the more moody, atmospheric Japanese horror ones that don't rely on the violence or the blood or sexual violence, then this one's more suitable for that. I think those new to the genre are gonna like this one a lot more. But if you've seen like Ju-on, if you've seen Dark Water, then this one really doesn't bring that much new to the table. And what it does bring are some, cheesy special effects, laughable special effects. A story that I never really got into just because it was quite cliche, to be honest. So my review of this film is actually that it wasn't really that good. The DVD comes to us from Tartan Asia Extreme. I respect that company a lot. I love a lot of the stuff they bring out. But yeah, sometimes it's hit or miss with me, I guess. And this is one of the misses. But anyways, the box of the DVD actually says it's from the writer of Ju-on. And I did a little bit of research on that, and it's actually the guy who wrote the novelization of Ju-on, but they attached that on the box, try to sell a few more copies, I guess. But I was also a little disappointed that the director directed the original Tomie movie. Now, Tomie is a very popular Japanese horror series. I think the original is probably still the best one because I think it's plunged into kind of like almost a Hollywood mentality with the sequels where it became a bit over the top, really, and not as atmospheric and original as the original Tomie. But so yeah, it was kind of disappointing overall. The cast, they do an alright job. They're mostly people that I've never seen before. The music and everything was nothing memorable at all. So the film just kind of ends and you're just kind of left wondering, okay, well, what else is on? So that pretty much sums up my feelings on Apartment 1303. Unfortunately, the DVD is also pretty bare bones. There's really just some trailers and like a photo gallery. So even in terms of extras, there's not much to write home about. So overall, I was just kind of really disappointed with Apartment 1303. I wasn't expecting much, mind you, because just from reading the summary of the film, you could tell that this wasn't gonna rock the world of Japanese horror to its core. But I just thought that I would review it, let you know what's out there, in case you saw this on the shelf and was, on the fence about getting it. I'd say if you're really new to Japanese horror and you want to see kind of some of the elements that have been present in the last 10 years or so, especially since the advent of Ring and Ju-on, then yeah, sure, go for it. But if you're looking for something new, then just keep walking. Go pick up some good movies. So it was good to bring back the horror reviews. I'm hoping we can keep going on a consistent basis. So thanks again, and we'll see you next time. I've survived the terror of Apartment 1303, but I think I've found somewhere that's far more deadlier. My bathroom, room 306. Oh, God. Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we've got a review that I'm really excited to be talking about. It's a film that comes to us from 1969, so it's my oldest movie that I reviewed so far in the series. And that's been one of my goals this year, is to review some of the more classic horror stories, not just the same films from the last 10 years or so, because you saw my last review, Apartment 1303, and I was complaining that there's no originality in some of these recent horror films. So I've gone back and I've found this classic gem from 1969. It comes to us from Teruo Ishii, and this film is adapted from a number of Edogawa Rampo short stories, and it is The Horrors of Malformed Men. Before we dive into the actual review of The Horrors of Malformed Men, I think it's pretty appropriate to talk about some of the factors that go into the making of this film. Now, the director, Ishii, is one of the kings of cult cinema in Japan. His films are shocking. They break down boundaries. They break down taboos. He's not afraid to do anything, and it's very apparent in this movie.
Sadly, he passed away a few years ago, but right now you're starting to get more of his films released in the States, and you're starting to see that he's becoming more popular after his death, sadly. Now, the movie itself, The Horrors of Malformed Men, is adapted from a number of short stories by Edogawa Rampo. Rampo, in my opinion, and in many others' opinions, is the king of the detective and horror story in Japan. The story of The Horrors of Malformed Men follows one man who comes to an island and is greeted with his father, who is trying to start a utopia of malformed people. And it's a very interesting tale, and it weaves from people posing as other people, detectives, freak experiments, torture. It's really all over the place in this movie. There's a lot of shocking scenes, especially from 1969. One scene in particular that really stuck with me was the crab scene in the cave. I felt really uncomfortable watching that part, and I thought it was such a powerful scene. So I have to give it to the director Ichi. He did a superb job with adapting these stories. In addition to having a very fun story, the acting is just superb all throughout this movie. The leader of the island of the horrors of the malformed men, Gojiro, did an excellent job. He's probably one of the most satisfying performances that I've seen in a movie in quite some time. His movements, everything from his movements to the way he looks, to the way he sounds, to the way he dresses, as he's trying to create this utopia of freakish people, was just excellent. And the supporting characters and everyone did just an amazing job. And there's just so much to enjoy about this movie. I thought the sound effects and the music were dead on. They were perfect. They totally set the mood. They went from being very mysterious and spooky to being like really unsettling. The makeup and special effects for the malformed people, awesome, very memorable. The way that they did it was very, very memorable. It stuck with me after I turned the DVD off. This great movie has a great DVD presentation from Snapsy Films. They did a superb job with the DVD. There's a lot of great bonus features. Some of it showing off the director as he goes to like a festival where they're showcasing his works. We get to see more of him in his private life. We get to see kind of other directors like Shinya Tsukamoto, one of my favorites, the director of The Iron Man, talk about Ishi and his works. And we get some trailers, we get biographies on Ishi and Edogawa Rampo, poster gallery. So all in all, it was a really, really great DVD. The Horrors of Malformed Men is easily one of the best movies I've seen in quite some time. If you want a film that's going to challenge you, is going to shock you, is going to surprise you, then this is the film for you. It's not for everybody. Some of the scenes are, I wouldn't say graphic in the sense, but they can be unsettling, and there is quite a lot of nudity in this film. It seems like nearly every female character is either naked or gets naked. So if you're uncomfortable with that, then some of the scenes might be a little hard to watch. But I think if you look past some of the flashier aspects of the film, you're going to find something that's incredibly fascinating, incredibly interesting to watch, and something that should not be passed up. So do yourself a favor, if you've grown tired of all the Ring and Ju-On knockoffs, go get a copy of The Horrors of Malformed Men. You won't be disappointed. So yeah, thanks again for watching, and as always, I'm Swan, and we'll see you next time.
Malformed Man. None of this makes sense unless you've seen the movie. So go see it. Watch it. Horrors of Malformed Men. Get it on DVD. Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got a 1997 film from Kiyoshi Kurosawa. That's the director of Cairo, Pulse, and it is Cure. So, how does it fare? Well, let's find out. Cure plays out like a great detective story. It involves the detective Takabe, who's been handling these strange cases where the dead victims have X's carved in their body. He doesn't understand the link until he comes across this strange man, Mamiya. Now, Mamiya can't seem to remember anything that happened like 5 minutes before what's been going on, so seems to have lost his memory, and somehow he's connected with all of these strange cases. So the two enter into this game of cat and mouse, and it's really a battle of wits and perseverance to see who comes out on top. So in terms of actual scares, there are a few slightly jumpy scenes, but overall the director Kurosawa is more so making a very moody film. It's very depressing at a lot of points, which is a lot like his other films. It's very isolating, it's very lonely, very dark. So it succeeds in creating a very sad and distant atmosphere. And the story is very nice, and you will get caught up in it. There are some twists and turns, so yeah, it's a very engaging film, and I quite enjoyed it. Cure is sometimes criticized as being very slow or not explaining everything. A lot of fans speculate what parts of the film mean and what the ending means. Now, personally, I like how you do have to take some time to think about some of the stuff, and it's not really apparent what exactly happened as soon as you finish the movie. But I enjoy that. I think that adds to the fun of the film. It makes you want to watch parts of it again to see, this is what this meant or that meant, or just to base your own conclusions or opinions about the film. And as a horror film, it's not really a scary movie per se, but it like I've said, it is creating a very lonely atmosphere, and I think that's really, really done quite well in this film. The DVD of Cure comes to us from Home Vision Entertainment, and while the presentation-wise is very nice, the sound and video quality is great, the only real extra is an interview with the director, Kiyoshi Kurosawa. But this is okay because the interview is about 20 minutes long. It doesn't add too much insight into some of the extra meaning behind the film, but it is interesting, and it was a nice addition to the DVD. If you're looking for a Japanese film with an engaging story and a very downbeat mood, then Cure would be a great choice for you. If you're more in the mood for something that's very gory or very jump out of your seat scary, then you do best to look elsewhere. However, I think if you take the time to sit down and watch Cure, you'll find it's a very rewarding viewing experience. So yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Very nice, I recommend it. Kiyoshi Kurosawa, great director. Make sure you check out Pulse as well. I've reviewed that way back. So thanks for joining me on Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. We'll see you next time. I guess I just need to ask you a few questions. Why in the world was there an X carved in the neck of all the victims, Shiori?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I really have nothing to do with this. I wasn't even in the movie. Mamiya was a boy.
Good point. One more question. Did the devil make them do it?
What? I don't understand.
Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? That's a line from Batman. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got a movie that I found just extraordinary. It comes to us from Shinya Tsukamoto, the director of The Iron Man, and this is his 2004, what I consider to be a modern masterpiece, Vital. Vital stars Tadanobu Asano as a man who was just in a pretty bad car accident that left him losing his memory. Before the crash, he was a very gifted medical student who was at the top of his class, but his personality has left some to be desired. Keeps to himself, doesn't say much to anybody, pretty much a loner. However, as the story goes on, we find out that there was somebody else in the car with him in the crash who died, and that was his lover. And the whole film revolves around Asano going back to medical school, and it's dissection time. They're dissecting dead bodies.
and as fate would have it, he has to dissect the body of his lover who died in the car crash. So yeah, it's a pretty twisted story, but I found the movie to be absolutely beautiful. The whole thing was like being in a dream almost. The way that it's filmed and just the mood of the piece I thought was so unlike something I'd ever seen before. It's a dissection film is what the director Tsukamoto calls it, but it's so much more than that. It was a very strange but very moving love story, because it becomes a love triangle because there's now another med student who seems to be falling for Asano and is getting jealous of him, devoting his time and energy to the dead corpse that they're cutting up. So if this sounds very strange, you're right, but it's really something you have to experience. It's a great story, very beautiful. I found everything about this movie to be top-notch. It's so unlike other films out there right now, and this is another one like last week's Cure, where it's not really like a gory, jump-out-of-your-seat, scary film. In fact, I think partly the love story is actually a bigger aspect of this than the creepiness, but certainly the dissection scenes are very creepy, and just the general idea of the story of the lover having to dissect his dead lover is very, very grotesque. So definitely it's unlike anything that I had ever seen. I thought it was an amazing film in every aspect. The music fits perfectly. It had a very moving ending. The whole performance by the entire cast was great. So yeah, definitely I recommend this one highly. The DVD comes to us from Tartan Asia Extreme, and this is one of their better releases. In fact, I'd say they spent a lot of good time and money on bringing this one over, and there's a ton of extras on here. Not only do we get like behind the scenes footage, we get like premiere footage, we get an interview with the director, we get a music video set to some of the scenes and music from the film. So yeah, they really went all out in bringing this one over here. Lots of extras, great presentation. So hats off to Tartan Asia Extreme for this one. Thank you so much for bringing this over. To say how much I enjoyed Vital, basically as soon as the movie finished, I wanted to just start it and watch it all over again right at that moment, and I did watch it the next day again, and I still enjoyed it. It's not for everybody. If you want something that's very strange, it's going to be quite different and has a bit of a love story. If you're in the mood for that, then this is a very creepy, unsettling and grotesque and just very beautiful film that I think that you should experience. The acting is superb. Tadanobu Asano, one of my favorite Japanese actors, so great in this movie. And Shinya Tsukamoto, another brilliant director. His films are always quite out there, and this is no exception. So yeah, this is a movie that should definitely be in your collection. I really recommend you search this one out. This is a great example of a modern Japanese horror film that pushes the boundaries and does something different. So for that, it's a huge winner in my book. Highly recommended. And I guess that's it. So thanks for joining us. Go watch this movie. We'll see you next time. So, do you love her more than you love me? That girl that you're cutting up? Haruhi, I don't know. It's just... it's hard to explain. Where's my scalpel? Oh, Sakura. Why did we have to be in that car crash? What in the world am I doing? Hey everybody, and welcome to the 21st installment of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week's review is one that I've been getting a lot of requests for, and it is the 2005 horror masterpiece, Rampo Noir. Rampo Noir consists of 4 short films that are based off Edogawa Rampo works, and the whole thing runs well over 2 hours. While the adaptations do not really follow the works all that closely, and they do take some pretty dramatic changes, Still, I found this movie to be incredibly enjoyable, and it's actually one of my favorite Japanese films. So let's dive into the 4 pieces one at a time. The first one is called Mars Canal, and despite being only about 10 minutes long and with no dialogue, and the only noises really being these high-pitched screeching sounds, it really sets up the tone for what the collection is going to be about, and some of the main themes that are going to be strung through it. And that would be that there's a high level of stylized eroticism in Rampo Noir. As you would have seen in the text, since Rampo, very famous for having erotic and grotesque works in his stories, that translated very well to the cinema in this film. So the first part is called Mars Canal, and it's just a man and a woman that are fighting naked and just really abstract imagery. The second film in the collection is called The Hell of Mirrors. This one involves a man who is very much obsessed with mirrors and mirror imagery, and he's connected to the murders of these women that have died in some pretty brutal ways. This film sets up more of the detective aspect that's pretty common and prevalent in Edogawa Rampo's work, so that was very nice to see. The third film is arguably the most erotic one of the 4, and it's called The Caterpillar. This one involves a married couple where the man has come back from war as a quadriplegic, so all he is basically his torso and his head, and that's pretty much about it. And it's the sadistic relationship that he has with his wife, who enjoys beating him and gets sexual pleasure from this. This one is very strange, it's very erotic, and it was pretty hard to watch for some of my friends who watched this film with me. But it was very interesting to see, because I had read the short story before I'd seen the movie, and it was really very interesting to see this adapted to the screen. And yeah, this is certainly a very weird one. The fourth and final segment is called Crawling Bugs, and this was my absolute favorite of the 4. It involves a man who is obsessed with this woman and will go to great lengths to keep her with him. It's a very twisted love story. It's very grotesque, and the ending scene is one of my favorite ending moments of any film. It's certainly unlike anything I was ever prepared to see, so extra props for that. So yeah, all 4 films, very interesting, very different from the standard J-horror stuff that's been being released the last 10 years or so. Great adaptations that, although they do deviate very far from the original stories, I think they still bring out the main themes that Edogawa Rampo is writing about, and they're bringing out his name on the big screen and keeping it relevant and bringing Rampo to a new generation, so you can't fault them for that. So yeah, I really enjoyed this film, and I really think it should be in everyone's Japanese horror collections, just for how different it is and the different approaches to what the directors in this film are doing. The DVD was released by Kadokawa Pictures and Genius Entertainment, and while it's good that they brought us the uncut version of the film, all of it's there. It's a really, really long movie. But the DVD itself just comes with, I think, a trailer, so they didn't really do too much with that. However, because the movie is so long and there's so much content there, can't really complain. So Rampo Noir is a film I highly recommend you check out. The strongest 2 segments are the final 2, Caterpillar and Crawling Bugs. It should be noted that it also stars Tadanobu Asano. I was just singing his praises in the last review. He does another stupendous job in this movie. So yeah, if you can look past or handle the high amount of sexuality, perversion, and sadistic sexual acts in this film, then I think you're going to find something that's great and stylized with also a bit of substance to it. This is one of my top 5 favorite Japanese films, and I highly recommend it. It's definitely a break from the norm. So yeah, Rampo Noir needs to be in your collection. And this has been another Japanese horror review from Swan. So, as always, see you next time.
The Caterpillar. I said that's good enough.
welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got a film from 1997 and it involves girls that play a Ouija board to summon up an evil spirit. Yeah, it's not gonna be one of the better movies I've reviewed. Anyways, this film's called Kokkuri. The film revolves around these three girls who conjure up the spirit Kokkuri-san from a Ouija board. Now the movie plays out like a coming-of-age story where these girls are now having to deal with themes of sexuality and growing older and becoming an adult. However, there are just so many bad points working against this film that it just becomes a complete mess. And it does fall into a lot of the modern cliches of what Japanese horror has been in the last 10 years or so. So what ends up happening is that we find out that Kokkuri-san, the spirit of the Ouija board, isn't the nicest spirit on the block. Go figure. And we get every cliche from the last 10 years of Japanese horror thrown at us in this incredibly long and drawn-out movie that is just boring to watch, to be honest. And it doesn't help that the acting in this film was awful. Terribly wooden, very stiff, not believable at all. So yeah, this movie was not fun to watch and it's very hard to sit through. There's a reason you can find the DVD so cheap everywhere. That's because nobody likes it, and all the reviews that I've read on this one after watching it have all pretty much mirrored what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that movie just was not good. I wish I could say something nice about this film, but to be honest, there's not much to recommend about it. Sure, I'll give you that the concept of the film of the spiritual Ouija board with the spirit coming out of it, that's fairly interesting. Okay, I haven't seen that in too many films. But an interesting concept is only going to get you so far when every aspect of the movie is substandard. Terrible acting, an awful script, bad pacing, too slow, music either didn't fit or was just annoying, bad story overall, resolution was pointless. So yeah, Kokkuri-san, sorry buddy, but I really am just not getting into this movie, and I don't know that many people that have. Urban Vision is the company that brought this DVD out to us in the West, and they did actually put a few little extras on there that kind of explained how to play Kokkuri-san, how the characters play it in the film, and there's like a still gallery of pictures and I think a couple trailers, so pretty sparse, but I really wouldn't be that interested in seeing, any production footage of the film because the film I just found was not worth watching at the end of the day. I've sat through this film I think twice in total, and both times it did nothing for me. So yeah, this is one film that does not need to be in your collection. And if you see it, even if you're like a huge J-horror, Japanese horror fan, go spend your money on something a bit better, please. Like, I try to put in reviews of really good movies that I like, and then I also try to put in reviews of movies that I kind of want you to steer clear of. And this is one that you really should steer clear of. So that's Kokkuri-san, an unfortunate film that I just can't recommend to anybody. However, if you are finding that you haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately, or you're having trouble getting to sleep, pop in this DVD, and I bet you in about 15 minutes or so, you'll find your eyes getting pretty tired. Well, at least Kokkuri's good for something. We'll see you next time. Sure, some would say that a haunted Ouija board is scary, but lately I've noticed that the Dreamcast and Saturn, well, something seems strange with them. They keep getting closer and closer together. I haven't been moving them, but in the middle of the night, it's like they're possessed by something. Something. Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got one from one of my favorite directors, Shinya Tsukamoto, and this is his 1999 adaptation of the Edogawa Rampo short work, Gemini. Gemini takes place in the early 1900s, where we are introduced to this very successful doctor. He's got a good life, he's got a very loving wife, although one day after his parents die, his life is kind of sent spiraling down into madness, and this is caused primarily by the arrival of his twin brother. So the story revolves around the struggle between both of the brothers, the doctor and the one from the past. This film isn't really scary in the sense where it's gory or anything, although it is very atmospheric and it's very moody, and the story does have a few nice twists to it regarding the relationships between people and what happens with them. So yeah, I felt that the set design, the costumes were all very nicely done. The acting was quite nice. The music was good. Overall, it's very nice, a very moody film. I quite enjoyed it. The film was very much unlike other Shinya Tsukamoto films that came before it, primarily because this wasn't a story that he had originated himself. Although he does do a good job with it, and like I said, he takes the story into new places where Edogawa Rampo didn't, and kind of gives it his own Tsukamoto flair. So yeah, I quite enjoyed it, and there's also a cameo by Tadanobu Asano, very briefly. So yeah, good movie overall. The DVD comes to us from Image Entertainment, and they did a very nice job. The chief extra on the disc is a behind-the-scenes featurette that was directed by Takashi Miike. Obviously, in the world of modern, popular Japanese cinema, Miike, very big name, and so you get some Miike-isms on a Tsukamoto disc, so it was quite nice to have two of my favorite directors on there. So yeah, if you're in the mood for a very moody and atmospheric J-horror that relies on story and it relies on creating a very nice atmosphere, then Gemini is a very good pick. It is atypical of Tsukamoto's work, but I still felt that he did a great job with it. So yeah, definitely one that you should consider and look out for. And this has been Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. We'll see you next time. That's right. I've returned from the past to destroy you. Oh yeah? Well, my shades are bigger than yours. So what are you gonna do about that, buddy? Hey, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got a title from 2004 that I've been getting a lot of requests to review, so here we go. It's that newspaper of terror, Premonition. Premonition kind of plays out like a really good Twilight Zone episode where a man is with his family. He's a gifted professor. He's got a small daughter, and tragedy strikes when he finds this strange newspaper that seems to reveal the future. And it just reveals all this awful stuff that happens to the people around him and the people that he loves. So it's kind of like a race to try to figure out the mystery of this strange newspaper and what to do about it. So overall, I found the story very engaging. It's pretty interesting. It's not the most original bit of fiction, but it's got enough plot twists and enough surprises along the way to keep you interested. And overall, I thought it was a very nice film, and the ending was done very well. And yeah, I liked it. I thought the acting in the film was very nicely done. It's a good job by the ensemble cast. The movie does get a bit slow in some places, I will admit that, and sometimes it does feel like it's knocking off a bit too much from some of the other heavyweight Japanese horror titles. But beyond that, I found it to be an engaging film, and I quite enjoyed it. So yeah, this is something that, while it's not the most original or shocking piece of cinema to hit your DVD player, it provides a nice evening of entertainment, and for that it succeeds. The DVD was released by Lionsgate Films as part of their J-horror collection. So far they've also released Infection and Reincarnation as the other two. And so far, as of 2008, there's still no word on a fourth film in the planned 6. But maybe someday. Anyways, the DVD has some nice extras on this one as opposed to the Infection disc. This one's got some nice behind-the-scenes stuff. It's got some bits with the actors, and it's got the making of.
So yeah, actually there's some quite good footage to be had on the DV, so good job, Lionsgate. Good job. I should also mention that the director of Premonition, Norio Tsuruda, also directed Ring Zero, and that was actually a pretty good Ring movie, so yeah, I quite like this director's work, and I think he's one to watch in the coming years. Premonition was a film that I thought was done very well. It might not be the most shocking or the most violent or the most bizarre film that you're going to see, but like I said, it provides a nice evening of entertainment, and I quite enjoyed the story, and I felt that at the end of the day, everything is kind of tied up at the end, and yeah, it left me with a good feeling. So I thought, hey, this is a modern one that's worth checking out, along with Infection, actually. So if you get a chance to watch this, I highly recommend it. I know there's an American movie that came out last year called Premonition, but although the plots are kind of similar, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a remake or kind of based off this movie or not. I don't really know. I never saw that one, so I can't give my opinion on that. But this Japanese film, Premonition, from 2004, is a good film, and I think you'll enjoy it. So yeah, thanks for joining me on this review, and we'll see you next time. This will tell me the future of what's gonna happen to me. But it's all just about Boogiepop. Am I Boogiepop? Hey Japanese horror fans, we're back with another review. This week we've got a look at the 2005 film from Toshiharu Ikeda, and it is The Man Behind the Scissors. The Man Behind the Scissors shocked me because I was expecting something very gory. I mean, with scissors being the weapon of choice, you'd think that they would come up with some creative ways to terrify audiences with some gore. Plus, it comes from the director who directed the Evil Dead Trap series, and those are seen as almost snuff-like films in their violence and sexuality. But this is a much more subdued movie, and it actually plays out like a crime thriller. It involves a group of policemen and detectives that are trying to track down the Scissor Man, and he's this guy that's been killing a lot of Japanese schoolgirls and leaving scissors at the scene of the crime. But we already know who the Scissor Man is right from the beginning of the movie. We're introduced to him, and he's got this female assistant who's kind of helping him along. So, you know, if you already know who it is, then what's the draw to this movie? Well, the director threw in some plot twists and surprises for you, so actually it's pretty fun to watch, and I quite enjoyed this one. The DVD of The Man Behind the Scissors comes to us from Tokyo Shock, and although the DVD is actually fairly bare bones, presentation-wise it looks pretty nice. But yeah, it's good for them to take a chance on something that's not so gory, and this isn't really like a lot of the other Tokyo Shock stuff that gets put out, like Ichi the Killer or some of the other more violent films that typically the label is known for. So yeah, I thought it was a nice change of pace for them, and good job. The acting by the Scissor Man and his female helper were both done very, very well. They did great performances by them, I thought. And that's good because this is such a character-driven piece. It relies so much on getting into the mind and the thoughts of the characters. Really, the only complaint is the movie is kind of long. I think it shuffles in at over 2 hours, and some parts do drag a bit. And maybe I would have liked to have seen a little more violence, but I think that's just my expectations. But if you go into this expecting more of a crime thriller than a guts-on-the-floor horror, then I think you're going to find something that you'll quite enjoy. So if you're tired of DVDs with ghosts and demons and goblins and ghouls, then The Man Behind the Scissors might be something more for you if you're looking more for something based in reality and something that's going to deal with humans and human emotions. And yeah, I quite enjoyed this film, and I think you should give it a chance and see if it's worth putting in your collection. So thanks again for joining me on another review, and we will see you next time. Now I am the man behind the scissors. Now I am the man in front of the scissors. The man besides the scissors. And so forth and so on. The man with the scissors. The man using the scissors. The man playing with the scissors. I'm the scissor man. Hey Japanese horror fans, welcome back to another episode of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got the tongue-in-cheek zombie film from 2001, Stacy. The plot of Stacy is fairly campy. It tells the story where these schoolgirls are suddenly dropping dead and coming back to life as zombies. So the government installs the Romero task force to wipe them out. The movie does not take itself seriously at all, and that's kind of the charm of the film. If you're looking for an over-the-top zombie film, then this is your pick. It's got a lot of gory moments, but the gore, like is seen in Ichi The Killer, for example, is so over the top. It mostly comes across as humorous, but certainly it is intense in some moments. Despite having some hilarious and over-the-top gore scenes, Stacy unfortunately suffers from some bad pacing problems. This is one of my major complaints with this film, is that if you're going into this expecting a very gory, very action-based film, maybe in the same vein as Versus, if you're familiar with that film, you'd be sadly mistaken. While, as I've said, there's quite a few gore scenes, there's also quite a few moments where it just slows to a snail's pace, and we're taken out of the action and we're given these really long and drawn-out shots, and it's quite unfortunate because you really want to get back into the cheesy special effects and the over-the-top acting. It should come to no surprise that the film Stacy had a pretty low budget, but this actually adds to the campy nature of the title, and I think it works for it. Fans of horror movies in general will probably get a kick out of some of the references, obviously the Romero Task Force being named after George A. Romero of the Night of the Living Dead fame, and there's even some Evil Dead references in there as well with the chainsaws and such. So that was definitely a treat to see, and I found that quite nice. The DVD of Stacy comes to us from Snapsy Films. You might recall that studio as they also brought over the horrors of Malformed Men to the Region 1 market, but unfortunately, Stacy, an earlier release from them, lacks all of the extras that the Horrors of Malformed Men had. The only extra on the disc is the theatrical trailer. Presentation-wise, everything looks and sounds pretty good, but it would have been nice to see some behind-the-scenes footage on how they got some of the special effects done. So, missed opportunity. At the end of the day, I think Stacy actually is a movie that I would recommend to others. It's not perfect, and it's certainly not a big blockbuster film, but it's fun, it's campy, doesn't take itself too seriously, and it's a film where mad scientists, soldiers, and Japanese schoolgirls all come together. So I thought it was interesting how they took the very iconic Japanese schoolgirl and turned it into a campy zombie film. So certainly it was unlike anything I had ever seen. So for that, I think it succeeds. So yeah, Stacy, definitely a strange film, some very funny moments, some very over-the-top violence, and one that you might want to look out for if you're in the mood for that kind of thing. Well, that's all from me for today, so as always, we will see you next time. One day, all the girls just came back as zombies. No one could explain it. No one understood. That's just how it happened. Da-da-da-da-da, we are alive. But then one day... brains. Oh. Stay back, zombies. Stay back. No! Some movies are so bad, they're funny. And some movies are just so bad, they're just bad. Such is the case with today's review. Tero Ishii's 2001 film, Blind Beast versus Killer Dwarf. I have to preface this review with saying that I never even wanted to watch this movie. For Christmas, I asked my dad for the film Blind Beast, but what I got was Blind Beast versus Killer Dwarf. Totally different films, totally different directors from totally different eras. But I figured, well, it's from the director of The Horrors of Malformed Men, and I enjoyed that film. It stars Shinya Tsukamoto, who I think is a great director, and I've seen his acting stuff too, so that was exciting. So I figured, alright, we'll give this a shot. The film revolves around three central characters. There's the Blind Beast, who is this scrawny man who abducts an erotic dancer and takes her to his strange and fascinating lair where sexual activities pursue. There's the Killer Dwarf, this rather short fellow who is also running around causing a muck. And there's this detective played by Shinya Tsukamoto who is trying to solve the mystery of some missing women and figure out how this is all connected. Let's start with the good points. The music. Music was alright. Some of the makeup and costumes were, well, not all the costumes, most of the costumes were pretty gaudy looking. Shinya Tsukamoto, not his best acting role. Looked ridiculous in that purple outfit. Alright, bad points. The story, the acting, the way it's shot on digital, it looks extremely cheap. This is very low budget. I really didn't have any expectations going into this film, except knowing that it would probably have some pretty sexually explicit scenes and maybe some over-the-top violence. And yeah, that's pretty true. There are quite a few nudie scenes, which is typical of this director. And there's a few violent scenes, but not too many if I recall. I did fall asleep initially the first time that I watched it, which is typically not a good sign. So what else is there to say about this film? It's a shame. This was the last film from this director. He's since passed away. But I suppose, what can you expect from a film where the main draw is to see a very skinny blind man wearing some sort of metallic underwear sexually harass a woman in this strange playhouse that he's created with various human body parts all over the walls? What can you expect? The DVD is somewhat of a mixed bag. It comes to us from Panic House Films. They seem to be establishing a reputation as delivering shock cinema to the West. And there's an alright amount of extras. There's a 13-minute behind the scenes, which was kind of nice. Kind of explains that the director wasn't looking for people that were experienced to be in these roles, but rather if they had a love for cinema, and apparently taking their clothes off. There's trailers, production galleries, still shots and whatnot. Standard affair. The presentation-wise, the audio seems to go in and out in some scenes where the characters' voices become extremely hard to hear, and the actual subtitles I found problematic in that the translation was not off, but very cut and dry. Oftentimes you'd have a character speaking for a very long period of time, and you'd have a very basic sentence at the bottom, which essentially, if you were paying attention to what they were saying, said what they were saying, but it didn't embellish it enough to get
all the little details of what they were saying. In the end, Blind Beast vs. Killer Dwarf is not a movie that I can recommend. I was hoping that at least it would be a film where I could go into it as like a guilty pleasure and it would be so bad that it's funny and I have to show all my friends. No, I don't want to show this to people. I don't want people to know that I watch this. Well, besides you YouTube people. I don't want, this movie is just bad. And that's it. That's this week's review. So, hope you enjoyed it. Maybe you learned a few things. We'll see you next time. Normally this is the point in the video where I make some kind of spoof, but I thought, how do I spoof this movie, and how do I do it while not being offensive to either blind people or short people? But then I realized, oh, this movie is just offensive not to those people, but all people. It's kind of offensive to my intelligence. So instead, hold on a second. We're gonna watch this little guy scoot across the table. How does that sound? Sounds like fun. Wind him up. Woo-hoo-hoo, look at him go. Alright, let's let him come back. Oh! That was fun. Hey gang, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got a 2007 film that's pretty recent called Carved, The Slit-Mouthed Woman. The premise of Carved is that it's based on a really famous urban legend here in Japan, one that originated in the samurai era where a woman had her face slit from ear to ear, and they've adapted this and they brought it into the modern age. And what this woman does is that she's very scary, obviously, and she wears a white surgical mask, which a lot of people wear in Japan when they have a cold or something. And she has a giant pair of scissors, and she steals children, she kidnaps them, and murders and mutilates them. I was really worried that Carved was going to end up being very stereotypical of modern Japanese horror films, that it was going to rip off maybe The Ring or The Grudge. And while it seems familiar to a lot of what's been going on lately in Japanese horror, it's still entertaining enough on its own that it's able to kind of stand up on its own. I'm not saying that the movie is anything special. I'm not saying it's horrible though. For me, it was average. I was okay with it. But that's amongst the problems that the film does have. Some of the acting is questionable or laughable, and some of the plot points, rather, are almost plot holes. There seems to be that characters do things for no apparent reason, and people seem to know things when you wonder how do they really know this, and it does take a leap of faith to kind of sit down and watch the movie in some of these parts. But beyond that, the movie it's enjoyable. It's got definitely some scary moments in there. The slit-mouthed woman herself, the very cool So Carved was released here in the States by Tartan Asia Extreme, and the DVD overall is a great job on their part. Looks great, sounds great, and lots of nice extra features. There's a making of, some interviews with people involved, TV spots, the original theatrical trailer, and some trailers for other Tartan releases. So definitely, yeah, another good DVD by their standards. In the end, Carved didn't really change the way that I feel about Japanese horror, and it didn't bring that much new to the scene. But I had an enjoyable evening with friends watching it, certainly. You can't take the film too seriously, and I think all of us, even though we felt it wasn't, the best, I think we were all kind of surprised that it was actually managed to be as good as it was, in the end. Because eventually, the film does have some interesting and some scary moments as it moves along. So Carved, yeah, if you see it, I think maybe it's worth giving a shot. So thanks for joining me on this review. We'll see you next time. So we finally reached the lair of the slit-mouthed woman. Where are the children? This actually isn't a lair. It's my bathroom. There are no children in here. But if there were... Hey gang, welcome to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we've got the 2004 film, Hellevator. The premise of Hellevator is that we follow this psychic girl who lives in this strange, almost 1984-ish future, and she accidentally starts this fire by smoking a cigarette, and smoking is illegal. So she goes and hides out in this elevator. Now what's important here is that in this future, everyone seems to live in this giant building that's, over 200 stories tall or something. And she's just in this elevator with just these random people, and they're very strange. There's a brain in a tube, a mom with a baby, a businessman with a case, and this cool guy with headphones on. So they're all in this elevator together, and eventually they're going up, and a rapist and a bomber are put inside the elevator as well with their armed guard. So the conflict of the movie is what's going to happen when these two guys get in the elevator, and obviously it can't be anything good. For me, Hellevator is a rather average film. While there's certainly some parts of the movie that I absolutely loved, such as the wonderful costumes, the very creative and zany characters, it certainly gave off a very anime manga vibe. And if you're looking for a movie that's kind of like a live-action anime, you'll do well to find a copy of Hellevator. Also, the dystopian future, kind of strange, Big Brother watching you was also really nice to see in a Japanese film. However, a lot of the actors on this film, this was their first and for many of them only movie that they've ever been in. And the director himself, this was his second film that he directed. So take that into consideration. For me, I felt some of the performances were a little stiff or over the top. But I guess, it's a movie called Hellevator. How serious can you expect it to be? But yeah, and there are some scenes of some gore in there, and the story is relatively interesting, but the movie does suffer some pacing problems. It's far too boring in places. I did fall asleep watching this one the first time as well. And some of the special effects are a little cheesy, and they seem to be ripping off The Matrix. But what can you do? The DVD was brought over by Tokyo Shock, and they have a good deal of extras on there. You've got some making of featurettes, there's some interviews with the director and the cast, and the theatrical trailer. So all in all, it looks good, it sounds good, there's some nice extras. So yeah, Tokyo Shock did a good job here. If you're looking for a rather strange and offbeat Japanese horror film, then certainly I think you should give Hellevator a shot, especially if you're into anime and manga. The zany characters give the film a lot of personality, and there are some really funny moments in there as well. Shame it didn't all come together, but still at the end of the day, it's pretty different from everything else that's out there, so I have to give it props for that. So thanks a lot for joining me on this review, and we will see you next time.
What happens when you put the members of Right Said Fred and Wham in an elevator together? It is a horror that is unknown to man. It is Sonic Race.
Love the music in that game, but man, that was not good.
time for another review. This week we've got One Missed Call 2 from 2005. First thing to note when talking about One Missed Call 2 is that the director of the first film, Takashi Miike, did not return to direct this one. Instead, what we have here is a very inexperienced director who had very little work prior to this, who is now taking the helm, and it shows. The film is nowhere near as scary, atmospheric, creepy, or memorable as the first film. It does follow a similar storyline when we've still got the story of the cell phone that will call you and you'll hear your own death and trying to solve the mystery of this, because the first one did leave on a kind of cliffhanger, kind of shock ending. Unfortunately, the story in this one only gets more and more confusing. This one will eventually take our heroes to Taiwan, where they have to solve the mystery of another girl who might be connected with the murders, maybe not. That's not to say that One Missed Call 2 is entirely without merit. The scary scenes that are in there I thought were effective, and I thought that they did a nice job. There were a few jumpy ones. The acting was alright. I didn't really have any problems with it. The film looks beautiful. You can tell they had a budget with this one from the first film. The themes of family and the themes of mystery in the film I thought were really interesting. I like how the detectives were back from the first film to go deeper into the mystery of Noriko, the mysterious girl from the first one. Although, like I said, I didn't really care where they took the story, and I felt that this one's not as effective as the first movie in terms of being atmospheric and creepy. It's alright. It's an average film, I think. Like the first one, it also runs a little bit too long, and I felt that it could have used some editing to shorten it up a bit and make it a bit more accessible. Like the first One Missed Call film, this one was released on Region 1 by Tokyo Shock, and it also gets a 2-disc DVD treatment. So that means we've got an entire bonus disc just full of extras with interviews from the cast and crew, premiere footage, lots of nice stuff, trailers, really, really great work. So extras-wise, fantastic. And visually and audio-wise, the film sounds great. So yeah, Tokyo Shock did another amazing job here. So here's hoping that they get the third film, One Missed Call Final, and hopefully they release that in the Region 1 as well. At the end of the day, One Missed Call 2 is just an average film for me. I found it to be derivative of a lot of the J-horror trends that are happening out there right now. It's a sequel that doesn't live up to the original, but it still provides a few good scares. So I'll let you try to hunt down the DVD and see for yourself what you think. So thanks for joining me on this review, and as always, we'll see you next time. Woody Allen, what do you think about One Missed Call 2? Well, let me tell you what I think about the movie. I would rather get a call from a demon than no calls at all. I'm just telling you, completely honest right there. You know, I mean, Hollywood is, it's more than dog eat dog. It's dog doesn't return other dogs' phone calls, and it's a lesson you're just going to have to learn. Yeah, I thought the movie was wonderful and terrific and very scary. It was very scary. How's that for a Woody Allen impersonation? Hey gang, time for another review. This week we've got the 2004 haunted convenience store film, Cursed. Let me preface this review by saying that in Japan, convenience stores are a part of everyday life. Like, I visit them all the time. So I think for an American audience watching this film, we're not going to really get that emotional feel of familiarity with the location, because it's really not a part of everyday life back home, at least not for me. So that having been said, the film does take place in a very common location that you're going to see all over Tokyo, at least. The convenience store, yes, it's haunted, I know, crazy, but unfortunately the movie suffers so bad from just being a cliche of so many J-horror films that have been out there recently. We even got some scenes ripped straight from other films, like there's this distorted picture part that's right from The Ring. But the story goes that this convenience store, this little dumpy convenience store, is being bought out by a larger chain. It's run by this really creepy couple, this married couple. The wife is in a neck brace and the man is really quiet, and
So this woman from the new chain comes in to check out the place, and basically what we find out is that it's cursed, and everybody that comes into contact with it is not going to meet a happy ending.
なんでもない。遅くならないうちに、なおちゃんは帰りなさい。でも。
Cursed is a really under-budget film, and this was the director's first and only film, and for most of the cast, they haven't really gotten much work before or after this film. So take that for what it's worth. I felt that a lot of the pieces of the puzzle of the story didn't really come together. There's some interesting things like the man in the hood who apparently doesn't have a face, and then the crows that you see on the front cover of the DVD and what they have in relationship with the store. So yeah, there's a few nice moments in there, and although most of the moments are pretty cliche, some of them are still kind of fun to watch. I really enjoyed the romantic aspect between the girl who works at the daytime in the store and then the guy who works there at night. Thought those moments are kind of cute, and I would have liked to see more of that. The DVD comes to us from Tokyo Shock, and sadly it's fairly bare bones. The only extra material worth noting is a handful of trailers for some other Tokyo Shock films, as well as the trailer for Cursed itself. Beyond that, that's all you're getting. So a haunted convenience store might not make for the most frightening film, but at least it's somewhat interesting, and it's a nice concept. The opening scene is probably the best part of the movie, but after the first 2 or 3 minutes, it all goes downhill from there. Anyways, thanks for joining me on this review, and as always, we'll see you next time. Welcome to the Octopus Mart, where the octopus eats you! Hey everybody, it's time for another review. This week we've got a pretty interesting DVD. It comes to us from Tokyo Shock. It's a collection of 15 5-minute horror stories. Now, the question here is, can you really tell a convincing, scary story in only 5 minutes? Well, let's find out. Fans of movies such as The Ring and The Grudge are going to probably like some of the stories on here, and that's because these stories don't rely on gore or over-the-top sexuality. Instead, it's the classic Japanese ghost story. Not only that, but we've got the directors Takashi Shimizu from Ju-On The Grudge and Norio Tsuruda from Premonition and Ring Zero directing some of these shorts, as well as a handful of other directors. So there's some big-name talent working on here. There's these classic Japanese ghost elements. You've got haunted locations, mysterious telephones that keep ringing, lots of creepy, spooky stuff. But again, 5 minutes is all they have. Can you pull it off? Ultimately, the work on this DVD is a bit of a mixed bag. While I felt that some stories were done very well, they were very effective and had some creepy moments, some of them don't come across that well. Some of them, I felt that the endings came far too abruptly, that you don't really establish a sense of fear and dread in 5 minutes, you don't have as much character development. So in that sense, yeah, it suffers from this shorter time span in that you're not going to connect with the characters more. But it was interesting to watch and see these traditional Japanese ghost story elements be present in such short time spans. I think as an experiment, it doesn't succeed fully, but I think it was definitely worth watching. And so much so, in fact, that they've also released a few more volumes of this, and I think you can get it in a box set now from Tokyo Shock. But I just have the first volume, which has the first 15 of these little shorts. Really interesting stuff. Sure, some of them are a bit cheesy, but yeah, I actually had a good time watching this with my friends. Sadly, the DVD from Tokyo Shock is fairly bare bones. The only extra is we have 4 trailers for some of their other films.
The movies look and sound as good as they can. It looks like it was probably filmed for some sort of Japanese television show, so the production values are a bit on the limited side, but still it comes across quite nice, and it was fun. Where else can you get these little 5-minute short stories? It was quite nice. Tales of Terror from Tokyo and all over Japan might not be the most scary collection of stories that I've ever watched, but it was really an interesting experiment, and one that I think that if you're definitely into more of the ghost story type Japanese horror films, you should definitely check it out. It might have some bits in there you'll really like. Anyways, thanks for joining me on this review, and we will see you next time.
We've seen horror stories told in 5 minutes. Now, can you do a horror story in 5 seconds? George Michael!
Hey everybody, it's time for another review, and this week we've got another collection of short horror stories. These ones are also from some very famous directors, but they run a bit longer than the 5-minute ones from the last review. So, without further ado, these are The Dark Tales of Japan. So there are 5 short stories on this DVD, and they include the directorial talents of Takashi Shimizu from The Grudge, Norio Tsuruda from Premonition, and Masayuki Ochiai from Infection. So that's really cool to be seeing these big-name directors working on these short stories. Now, how are the short horror stories themselves? Well, they're hit and miss. The first one is The Spider Woman. I found this one to probably be the weakest of all of them. It's a bit slow, it's a bit boring. It's one set in more of like ancient Japan, while the rest of them are modern stories, and I think I just tend to enjoy the modern stories a bit better. But then we get into the other works, like the work by Norio Tsuruda is one called Crevices, and it's really short. It's about 10 minutes or so, about a man who goes into this apartment to check on the person that used to live there, and what he finds, a bunch of red tape. Some very creepy scenes in that one. I love that one. I've watched that one many times. The one by Takashi Shimizu is The Blonde Kwaidan. It's set in America, actually, which is pretty interesting. A Japanese man goes there and gets involved in a somewhat interesting and confusing story of lust and romance, which was very interesting to watch. And the one from the Infection director is Presentment, and it actually includes a reference to the hospital in Infection, so that was kind of a neat little bit of fan service thrown in.
降りたかったんですね。下に行きたかったんですね。
This is another DVD that if you're a fan of the more traditional Japanese ghost stories, you're going to find a lot more to like here than if you're into a fan of perhaps Ichi the Killer or something that's far more sexual or far more violent, because this one's very light on the gore. This is nice for people that are also getting into Japanese horror. They don't really know where to start. These little short ones would probably be a nice little appetizer, especially if you like something like The Ring or The Grudge. You're going to like a lot of the stuff on here, I think. I think these were filmed for TV. The production values are not horrible on them, but certainly it does not look like a feature-length, big production film. The DVD comes to us from Genius Entertainment, and it's bare bones, to say the least. You've just got these little short films, and that's about it. I think I got the DVD for about $5 or $10. So, I mean, it was cheap, and you get what you pay for. Overall, I found for its value price and for the actual content, this was actually a very nice DVD purchase for me. Sure, the DVD is light on extras, and sure, it's nothing that's going to totally revolutionize the world of Japanese horror cinema, but it reminds me why I got into the genre in the first place. It reminds me of what I enjoy about the genre, and it's just a really nice classical ghost story. And it delivers in spades on that one. So, yeah, I think this is definitely a DVD worth checking out. So look for The Dark Tales of Japan. Tell them Swan sent you. And in the meantime, we'll see you next time. Could you imagine A Dark Tales of Japan being directed and starring the likes of David Bowie,
George Michael, and Elton John, it would be amazing. Amazing.
Nightmare Detective from Shinya Tsukamoto is one of the newest films from the director of The Shocking Iron Man and The Beautiful Vital. The story revolves around a female detective who is trying to solve a series of grisly murders that on face value all appear to be violent suicides. Because the apparent suicides seem to happen when the victims are sleeping, she enlists the help of a man who claims that he can enter dreams in an attempt to solve the mystery of the bizarre deaths. This modern-day horror film fuses the American slasher genre with police drama and suicidal intrigue that adds up to a frightening good time. This is perhaps Tsukamoto's most commercial film, but one that he claims he has been thinking about as early as when the Iron Man was still in production. The movie moves at a fairly brisk pace and has some nice scenes of graphic violence and gore, so while it may not provide the deep and thought-provoking experiences from his earlier works, this is still a fun movie to watch with some shocking scenes to keep you entertained. The main female detective is played by J-pop idol Hitomi, and this was actually her first film. She does an okay job as the lead character, but her role doesn't require much of her, other than to be a serious detective determined to solve the case, and scared out of her mind at what she encounters. The nightmare detective who enters into dreams is played by Ryuhei Matsuda, who horror fans will remember from Rampo Noir. His performance is solid, and the mystery of his character is pretty interesting. The director, Shinya Tsukamoto, also plays one of the lead roles, and Ren Osugi, who has appeared in many Japanese horror films, rounds out the main cast. Being a more recent film, the special effects are quite nice, and some of the gruesome beings encountered in the nightmares look amazing. One of the most memorable scenes is when a detective is trying to escape a horrible monster in his dream, and the special effects and the location all add up to one of the most stunning scenes in the film. The DVD has been released by Dimension Films in the West, and the transfer and presentation are top-notch, as you would expect from such a recent film. There is an English dub for those interested, but I prefer to just stick with the original Japanese. The DVD also includes the theatrical trailer and an extensive making-of documentary, and that was cool to watch to see how they handled the different special effects. While nowhere near as original as some of the director's earlier films, Nightmare Detective is a fun movie to watch and simply enjoy. Tsukamoto has stated that he has plans for a second and third in the series, with the second one out in 2008. No word yet on a Region 1 DVD though. Even still, the movie does have some Tsukamoto-isms that might remind you of his earlier works, but let's hope these Nightmare Detective films make some money so that he can start financing some more creative and inspiring works as he is known for. Still, those looking for a modern-day horror film with some good scares should check out The Nightmare Detective. Thanks, and see you next time. Noriko's Dinner Table is the much-awaited sequel to the insanely popular cult film Suicide Club. However, upon watching the film, it becomes quite clear that this is not really a sequel per se, but rather a companion piece that offers some new perspectives into the main story of the original film. More importantly, the film stands on its own as an entirely independent piece of cinema. Director Sion Sono has crafted perhaps his most human and touching work to date, and while it lacks the shock value of Suicide Club, it feels like a much more mature and thought-out movie. There are two things viewers should know before watching Noriko's Dinner Table. 1. This is not a horror film. The cover of the film would lead one to expect the same sort of bloody and shocking scenes found in Suicide Club, but this movie is very much so a drama with only the occasional elements of violence. 2. As I've stated earlier, this is not really a sequel to Suicide Club. While it's true that this film takes place before, during, and after the events of the first film, if you're going into the movie expecting all of the unsolved mysteries of Suicide Club to be answered, you will be sorely disappointed. Instead, Noriko's Dinner Table is more concerned with dealing with its own unique themes and offering new perspectives on how to view the actions of the first film. Without spoiling the movie, it revolves around 4 central characters. There is Noriko and her sister Yuka, who live out in the country alongside with their father and mother. There is also a mysterious girl named Ueno Station 54, whom Noriko meets in a chat room. At the start of the film, Noriko has left home to meet Ueno Station 54, and the movie is then told from the perspectives of the main characters. The film deals with themes of identity and connection with others, as viewers saw in Suicide Club, but this time, the importance and problems of the modern family are explored in great detail. I found this to be Sono's most personal and moving film in that it doesn't rely on the gore scenes from Suicide Club or the sex from Strange Circus to hook viewers into the story. Instead, we come to care about the characters on screen and their unique journeys and struggles. The acting is all very convincing, and I personally thought the father gave the best performance in the film, given the circumstances surrounding him and his family. However, all the actors and actresses did a superb job, and in some ways, because the acting is so believable, this film is often considered to be a much scarier movie than Suicide Club, which was criticized for being campy or relying too much on shock value.
実は例のプラットフォームの事件の前夜、赤い丸が54増えてたの。予告よ。予告。予告？予告って自殺の？そう。テロかもよ。なんか変なの出てきた。
Another very important point of this film is that it is over 2.5 hours long. Personally, I'm not a fan of long movies, and I start to lose my interest in many films after about an hour and a half, but the emotional content was just so rich and the story so engaging that I found the time to pass quickly for the most part. While I would argue that the film could have been edited down to a shorter run length and still maintained its core message or themes, it was by no means unbearable. The DVD has been released by Tide Point Pictures, and I was pleased with the final product. This was my first DVD from them, and overall the presentation was great and there were plenty of extras, including a very informative interview with the director who explains the process of how this film was adapted from a novel he wrote, which in itself started life as an adaptation of the original Suicide Club movie he directed. He also states that he wants to make a third film that answers all of the questions and mysteries of the original Suicide Club film, but he feels that Noriko's story is complete, and by the end of the film, I would agree. If you were put off by the amount of mystery left over from Suicide Club, then perhaps the more conclusive Noriko would sit better with you. Going back to the DVD, there is also an extensive making of, director, DVD introduction, theatrical trailer, and trailers for other Tide Point Picture releases. My only complaint was that the subtitles seemed to be a bit on the small size, and so watching this on a smaller TV was a bit difficult. And maybe there were 1 or 2 grammar mistakes in the subtitles, but overall the DVD was quite nice indeed. While Strange Circus remains my favorite work from Sono because of its elaborate costumes and set design, as well as the risque sexual subject matter, I still really enjoyed Noriko for being an inclusive and mature drama that told a very interesting and important story about the problems facing not only individuals, but families as well. Suicide Club fans who enjoyed the first film more so for the messages it portrayed rather than the gore scenes, which, by the way, the most famous of which it plays an important part in this film, will probably enjoy Noriko's Dinner Table as it further explores many of the same themes and builds upon them. Both movies showcase some very real and sad problems that, while are certainly true for Japan, are also happening all over the world. Overall, I enjoyed this movie and see it as a great companion piece to the first film, and it's a very original and poetic work from an exciting Japanese director. See you next time.
これどこの制服だかわかる？全然わからなかった。わかんないよね。そりゃそうだ。だってこれコスプレだもん。
Id is is the second film from director Kei Fujiwara, who is most notable for her acting role as the woman in Shinya Tsukamoto's Tetsuo The Iron Man. This 2005 film, which Fujiwara also acts in, is a bizarre and oftentimes completely incomprehensible look at a small town where the residents on a pig farm are slowly driven to madness as they indulge in their primal desires. Featuring plenty of blood, stop motion, pigs, grotesque makeup, masturbation, sexual confusion, and vomit. This movie is truly bizarre and quite unlike anything I had ever seen before. Perhaps for the first time in my Japanese horror viewing experience, when I finished the DVD, I had completely no idea what I had just watched, and I could not tell you what the main point or theme of the movie was. That's not to say that I didn't enjoy it, however. I finished the film and I thought, even though I don't completely grasp everything that I had just seen, this was a pretty creative and pretty thought-provoking film, so I quite enjoyed it. And I thought the film had a lot to say on a lot of different themes: sexual confusion, sexual identity, the conscious versus the unconscious mind. And of course the id, the title word I suppose, comes from the id, the ego, and the superego. So it's a pretty brainy film in some regards, and yet at the same time there's so much blood and there's so much sexuality that it appeals to that market as well. So I thought it was a really strange film, to be honest, and I liked it. The way the film is shot makes it look much older than it actually is, and the director has included plenty of blood and guts and great costumes and special effects in the movie. The music is also equally memorable, with a tune from a harmonica playing a key role early on in the film. The acting was passable, nothing too noteworthy, however. There were many comedic moments throughout the film, as well as many inexplainable and tense moments. The DVD comes from Tokyo Shock, and everything looks and sounds great. The only extras of note are a stills gallery and some trailers, both for this film and other Tokyo Shock releases. Nothing spectacular, of course, but then again, the DVD was only $10 at Best Buy, so it's quite a bargain. Wow, it was a film that was both completely incomprehensible, and yet I really enjoyed it. And I'm trying to figure out why that is, because I have no idea what just happened when I watched it. And I think the reason that I liked it so much was that it's so different from other films in this genre. Everyone is so familiar with the Japanese ghost story. We're so familiar with the girls with the long hair and the strange noises, that to see something like this that takes like these strange pigs and these bizarre people and they're doing random and crazy things, it's a breath of fresh air for the genre. And so for that, I enjoyed the creativity. Also, getting the DVD, I mean, it just came out, and it's only $10 at Best Buy. So it's a bare bones DVD, but it's an interesting film, and I really recommend it. If you want a movie that will have you thinking and leave you puzzled, then for its cheap price, it is a great bet. The sexual content might put some people off, but I felt that it was all handled pretty tastefully. The bloody scenes are also pretty graphic, but they're very over the top, so you can kind of tell that it's not to be taken too seriously in that regard. Some of the costumes certainly brought to mind the Iron Man, and that was pretty cool considering the director acted in that film. The results from the poll at tokyoswan.blogspot.com are in, and the next review, which has been decided by you, is going to be Takashi Miike's shocking miniseries, MPD Psycho. So thanks to everyone who voted and who has gone and visited the site, and if you haven't visited tokyoswan.blogspot.com yet, please make sure you do. And yeah, that'll be the next review, and we'll see you next time. Welcome everyone to a special review selected by the readers of TokyoSwan.blogspot.com. Since you decided it, here's the review of Takashi Miike's 2000 made-for-TV miniseries, MPD Psycho. Based on the twistedly complex and shocking manga by Eiji Otsuka, I was really excited to see how Miike, who is a master of shock value in his own right with films like Ichi the Killer, Gozu, and Audition, to just name a few, would handle the material. The results are a mixed bag, and by the end of the 6-episode TV series, you'll probably be wishing for a less censored version of the story and one that stays more true to the manga. The story follows Yosuke Kobayashi, a detective assigned on a homicide unit, who saw his wife killed by a serial killer, Shinji Nishizono. After this traumatic event, he becomes Kazuhiko Amamiya, the multiple personality detective. The series plays so many interesting tricks on identity and reality that it can be confusing to keep everything straight, but that is also part of the fun of watching the series. In fact, the series is full of a lot of bizarre and cool mysteries. The characters have barcodes on their eyes, and there are babies that are ripped from the womb, and then there's the plant heads, as I like to call them. So, does reading the manga make things clearer? Well, actually, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, in that the manga will give you a lot more background on the characters and will really help flesh the story out, but the show doesn't always follow the manga, and in fact, it kind of deviates quite far. So, the manga, which is currently being released in English by Dark Horse Comics, does help some, but it doesn't always match up perfectly with the show. Also, and probably the biggest and really only major complaint for me against this series, is that the manga is known for being full of grotesque and sexual imagery, which just did not translate fully to the TV screen. All of the most explicit parts of the show are blurred over with static, and according to the distributors of the Region 1 release, the original uncensored version no longer exists. However, Miike claims in the interviews that this was always his intention, so it was a stylistic move on the director's part. So fans of the graphic nature of the original manga will probably feel somewhat cheated by the TV censorship, especially with the fact that Miike was directing, and it's expected that he would take things far past the appropriate limit. But if this was indeed his vision, then maybe that will take the sting off the claims of TV censorship. The entire series has been collected into one DVD box set from Ronin Entertainment, and there are 6 episodes total with 2 episodes on 3 discs each. And then the 4th and final disc is just full of extras, and there's like a making of, there's a long, like over 40 minutes long interview with the cast and crew, there's special effects and makeup featurettes, there's a bunch of promos that were on TV for it. So yeah, the DVD was great, the box set was great, besides the censorship issue, which seems to be really convoluted with if it really is censorship. I'm not quite sure. But other than that, it's a great value. You can find it easily under, I think, $25-30 in most places, so definitely recommend that you search out the Region 1 box set. The 6 episodes, which are all about an hour long each, offer enough mystery and thinly veiled, shocking imagery that the experience is an enjoyable one. It would have been nice to get an adaptation that wasn't forced to abide by TV's standard of ethics, but fans of the show who want more can seek out the manga. This was a fun show when I first saw it 2 years ago, and it's nice to enjoy one episode at a time and just kick back and let the bizarre imagery commence. Having read the manga after originally seeing the show, my opinion of the series has dropped slightly, as I see there is some clearly wasted potential with how far Miike could have took things, but it still holds up as a fun and thought-provoking miniseries. So for that, I recommend it. That's it for this review, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back to the long-awaited 43rd installment of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. We're going to kick things back into gear with a look at Ikeda Toshiharu's 1988 classic, Evil Dead Trap. Now this is a really cheesy, really over-the-top film that has a lot in common with 80s American slasher films. So I really see this as something more like A Nightmare on Elm Street.
than, say, The Ring or The Grudge. And I think that's what makes this movie so much fun and so great to watch. The story follows late-night TV talk show host Nami, and she gets this mysterious VHS tape in the mail at work one day. So she takes the tape out of the package, she puts it in the player, and she is just subject to this horrible snuff film where this woman is beaten and killed on tape in a very graphic manner, mind you. So what does she do? Well, she gets a group of camera people and they go to the factory in which was showcased in the tape, and they try to get the big scoop out of what's going on, if this is a hoax or not. Yeah, so I mean the plot is ridiculous, and when they get there, as you can imagine, with a group of, 5 or 6 people or so, you can probably bet that people are going to be picked off one by one and killed in very gruesome and grotesque manners. And that's the movie in a nutshell. So it's a really straightforward film, and this is just a classic slasher film by the number. The gore scenes in the movie are surprisingly graphic, and there's one scene in particular at the beginning of the film when Nami is watching the videotape, where when I was watching this with all of my friends, we all winced back in disgust because it was just like, oh my god, that looks so real. Like, you really have to give a hand to the special effects in this movie because while most of it is very cheesy, some of it is actually surprisingly realistic. And so if you add that to all of the nudity and sex in the film, this is clearly not one for younger viewers. My favorite part of the movie, though, is the spectacular Casio keyboard soundtrack. Like any good slasher film from the 80s, there's a theme of the film that is played ad nauseum throughout the entire movie, and it seems like it can't go by 5 minutes without this theme being played. The DVD comes to us from Snapsy Films, and it's part of their Asian cult cinema collection. Snapsy has been great at releasing really bizarre J-horror films from all sorts of different eras. There's stuff like the horrors of Malformed Men, Stacy, and now Evil Dead Trap. So it's really great that they've kind of established this nice little niche market of having these really bizarre out there films. The DVD itself is fairly standard. It's got the subtitles, Japanese dialogue, English subtitles. There's also a commentary with the director and the special effects manager, so if you wanted to hear about how they made some of the scenes, then that's pretty interesting. Evil Dead Trap is a great film to watch with your friends if you really want to shock them with some really grotesque and gruesome gore scenes, but also keep things lighthearted and fun with the campy 80s vibe in the Casio keyboard soundtrack. And I think if you want something completely out there, then please give Evil Dead Trap a try, and who knows, at the very least, you'll have the theme music stuck in your head for days. Told ya. Welcome back to the 44th installment of Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we're going to be looking at a title which I've gotten literally hundreds of emails over the past 2 years asking for me to review this one. So here it is at last. Uzumaki. Uzumaki began life as a manga series from creator Ito Junji. Now you might be familiar with that name as he is also the creator of the Tomie series. So, the story follows this young girl, Kirei, and she's living in this seaside town in Japan, and strange things begin to happen. Spirals are appearing all over the town, and they're causing people to do very odd and bizarre things. So right away we have a very kind of really out there story, and it could allow for some really creepy elements. Now, the comics have done very well all over the world. They were, I think they won an Eisner Award here in the States.
They're being released by Viz, who coincidentally also released the DVD. So the source material is great, and you can't fault that. I have not read the comics, but I was just watching this movie with my brother, and he has read some of the manga, but he told me right away that this movie deviates somewhat, at times heavily, from the original source material. I'll just come out and say it right away. I was left partially disappointed by Uzumaki. Now, I've heard so many people rant and rave about this one, and I've heard so much praise given to this one, but for me, the movie didn't really come together as a whole. So, I'll try to explain why. For me, it seemed like the movie was unsure of where it wanted to go. Yes, there are some really creepy moments in there, especially near the end, but there's such a slow build-up to get to these moments that I'm not sure if it's always worth it. Now, obviously, you've seen by the number of reviews I've done in my collection, I'm used to the slow-burning techniques of the Japanese horror films. I'm not expecting, a slasher to jump out at every instance and every turn, and I'm okay with that. But for me, the wait didn't justify the results. Coupled with the fact that this movie seems preoccupied with using a lot of special camera editing techniques and CG graphics, and sometimes they look kinda cool, but most of the time it just looks stupid and out of place. Like when there's the scene where this fog is coming down, it just looks really, really poor. You could counter-argue that by saying, well, it's based on a comic, it's supposed to be looking fantastical, it's not supposed to look that real. But when some of the other effects look really, really good, some certain ones do stand out as looking particularly poor. Another complaint I have is that the movie seems to jump between really wanting to be this creepy, atmospheric film, which it does by having like a green hue all throughout the movie, and it focuses on snails and all these spirals and really creepy instances, which is cool. And then it kind of dives into this like strange romantic subplot between the main character and this guy who I'm still not sure is a woman or not. The jury's still out. Sorry. And it just doesn't hold up. And to be honest, I've not read the comics, so I'm not sure what happens in the end, but I can tell you right now, and this isn't a spoiler, but I was not satisfied with the ending of this movie because I just left saying one word, what, and that was it. A lot of the times the scenes were laughable. The acting, Reno Sugi's in there, one of my favorite actors who's appeared in a lot of Takashi Miike films. He was in there, but like the lead roles played by all of the young actors, just as a whole, was not convincing, and so I just felt it was silly. But having said all that, I want to convey that there are some cool parts in this film, and there are a few scenes which I thought were really well done and really creepy and really established a nice mood. So I wish I could enjoy this movie more than I did, and I wish I could like wholeheartedly recommend it, but at the end of the day I can't. It just didn't all form together as a coherent piece of film for me. There is a 10-minute behind-the-scenes feature and this weird 5 or 6 minute special feature, like with footage that was shot in the movie. You'd have to watch the movie to understand, and a trailer, and that's it, and that's fine. It's standard DVD, so nothing to complain about there. So that's Uzumaki for you. Now, I know, not the glowing review that maybe some of you expected, but I'm just telling you how I see them. So, not my favorite film. I can't foresee myself watching this one again, which is a shame because the creepy moments in there that do come across well are done exceptionally well, and they're done fantastic. So, it's a shame that they're so few and far between in this film. Give it a shot. So, that's my 2 cents. Another week, another review. Welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This time we're going to be looking at the 2005 film Dead Waves. Dead Waves follows the character Hiroshi. Now, he works on a TV program that deals with exorcisms. So he and his team would go to a person's house, they would perform the exorcism, they would get it on film, and then they would broadcast it. Now, he eventually comes into contact with this one girl, Runa, who has been possessed, apparently. And of course, he finds out that there might be a series of dead waves coming from the radio signals transmitted from his broadcast. And these dead waves may somehow be connected to the mysterious suicides that have been popping up all over. Now, stop me if you've heard any of this before. Something having to do with a haunted television, TV. Something having to do with mysterious suicides. Why, Swan, this sounds vaguely reminiscent of, I don't know, every other Japanese horror film that's been released in the last 15 years? I mean, give me a break. Dead Waves was pathetic. This movie from 2005, mind you, is just a rehash of every single J-horror cliche in the book. And to top it all off, it looks like it was filmed for TV, but everywhere I've checked makes no reference of this, so I think this was a legit movie. There are a few redeeming factors of this film, so don't get me wrong, Dead Waves isn't a complete travesty. The main character, the actor who plays Hiroshi, I felt he did a good job. Now, it's unfortunate that he was given such a flat and cliche film to act in, but I thought, for the most part, he was believable, and you could kind of feel for him and what he goes through in the film. There's a couple exorcism scenes I thought were kind of cool, a few shocking scenes, very, very few, and maybe a plot twist or two at the end that kind of raised an eyebrow or made me go, huh. But other than that, not too much to really wow me. It's just a shame. The film is just full of cliches. Ring, Pulse, Grudge. I mean, this will bring every Japanese horror film you've seen to mind, and you'll remember, oh yeah, this is like that other film, except they did it a million times better in that last one. And I should add, this was the director's first film. It was also the writer's first film, and for many of the actors, this was their first film. And it shows. The DVD of Dead Waves comes to us from Genius Entertainment, and this has to be the most bare bones DVD I've ever seen. The main menu just has play feature, scene selection. No extras, no trailers, no nothing, no subtitle option or anything. Obviously, there are English subtitles in the Japanese audio, but wow, no frills DVD at its finest. Which is rather unfortunate because this is the same company that released Rampo Noir. Now that's one of my top 5 Japanese horror films. And Dead Waves has to be in my bottom 5 Japanese horror films. So there you go, those are my thoughts on Dead Waves. I thought it was an incredibly cliche film. As you can tell, I've said that word probably a million times in this review, but that is the go-to word for this movie. I can't think of any other word that sums this up better than cliche. So if you want to keep your faith in the Japanese horror community, if you want to keep your faith in the fact that there are really good Japanese horror films out there, stay clear of this one, because this is the kind of movie that makes me have to stop doing these reviews for months on end, because it just totally ruins the genre. Like, why would you want to watch movies like this when they're like Dead Waves? So stay clear of it. This is my warning to you. Check it out if you like bad movies, or if you like movies that remind you of other movies that are done a million times better. Dead Waves. And that having been said, hope you enjoyed this review. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for the comments, ratings, favorites, everything else. Watch it in high quality. It looks a lot better. I think those are my YouTube plugs for the day. And yeah. Oh, here you go. Here's a spoof for you. See, we're going back to the old way. Did you see that I used the old theme song music too? Trying different things. See you next time. No, it's not what it looks like. I was watching a Japanese horror film. I promise you. I'm not watching the Best of Wham music video DVD. No, you have to stop. You have to, no. Jitterbug. Hey gang, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews.
Today we're going to be looking at a pretty special movie that's based on 5 different short stories by the author Otsu Ichi, and that would be the compilation film from 2005, Zoo. Now, compilation films are no stranger to the Japanese horror community, or for this review show for that matter. So, I think in the past you might have been more familiar with stuff such as Rampo Noir, or 3 Extremes, or even various little compilation ones such as Dark Tales of Japan, The Legends, Mystery and Horror Tales, Tales of Terror from Tokyo, all sorts of them. So, how does Zoo stack up against all these other ones? Well, let's find out. As I mentioned previously, Zoo is from the author Otsu Ichi. Now, he's not that famous in America yet, but some of his work has been translated over here. He primarily deals with short stories that are either in the horror genre or just plain weird or strange. Some of this has been translated here from Tokyo Pop in the novel Calling You, and there's further translations that are going to be available in the fall. So I was already familiar with the author, seeing as how I have a pretty keen interest in Japanese literature, so I was really excited to see how this compilation film would fare out. As with any film that's a compilation, there are going to be some shorts in here that appeal to some, and some shorts that probably fail to live up to their expectations. This is certainly true of Zoo. While overall I'll say right away that I found that the movie as a whole is enjoyable and well worth the money to purchase the DVD, there are some shorts I like better than others, obviously. Now, it starts off with a story called Katari and Yoko, which is about these twin sisters, and the mother prefers one and totally abuses the other. This story has a few creepy moments, I guess, but by and large, for most horror fans, this probably won't appeal as much, I want to say, because it doesn't really play out as a horror story. This is more in line with Otsu Ichi's writings about kind of these strange relationships and the interpersonal relationships between people. The second story on the disc is my absolute favorite, and this is one that I've shown a lot of different friends over the years. This is one that I've shown my younger brothers. It's called 7 Rooms. Now in this, a brother and sister are knocked out and abducted and placed in this very strange cell-like room, and it's really a mystery about what happened, how are they going to get out, what's going on, is this a race against the clock somehow? And I'm not going to spoil anything, but I'm just going to say it has a chainsaw in it. So this appealed more to me. This appealed more to my horror sensibilities, and it's not like a gore fest or anything. In fact, I don't recall any blood at all, to be honest, but it certainly keeps a good tension. It's got a really nice, mysterious story to it. So for me, this was the shining star of the DVD. The next piece is actually an animated short. So here you go. Here's my anime review for the series. It involves an android girl and her scientist guy who helped create her, I suppose, and they're living all on their lonesome, and it's kind of just about their weird interpersonal relationships there. And it's a very beautiful, moving short piece. A couple good plot twists in there, so yeah, I really liked it. Again, this isn't like a straight, flat-out horror. Definitely not a slasher, definitely not ghost kind of stuff, but more of just this weird, kind of slow mood piece. The fourth story is called So Far, and this is the obligatory ghost story that has to be contained within the Japanese horror compilations. And in this one, it's about a young boy who's living with his mom and dad, and the mom says that the dad's dead, and the dad says that the mom's dead, and only the boy can see both of them. So it's got an interesting premise. Again, this is a real slower one. This is kind of like the first one in the compilation where, again, not really straight spooky horror, doesn't really keep you on the edge of your seat, but it's interesting, and for that reason, it's alright. Finally, we reach the title piece of the DVD, so the last story is called Zoo, and this one is very creepy and does a good job of closing things out. It's about this relationship between this man and woman, and there's a zoo involved, there are skeletons, decomposition. This one's kind of sick, a little bit twisted, and it's shot kind of grainy, so it kind of gives you this distant feel to it. So I really like this one, and I think it does a good job of closing out. Not as good as 7 Rooms. The Zoo DVD comes from Tokyo Shock, and there's a couple of nice extras on there. You get some making of some of the different sketches. There's also some trailers involved in there. So yeah, definitely they did a serviceable job to it. Alright, so that's Zoo, and by and large I thought this is a pretty nice compilation. Now, it's not as strong of a compilation to showcase an author's body of work in film format as, say, Rampo Noir, but it gets the job done and it's got some good moments in there. 7 Rooms is definitely worth the price alone. The animated short was really nice, and the title piece was great. So 2 stories that I felt were, just okay, and the rest were pretty solid. So definitely one I think you should pick up, as well as Rampo Noir, and yeah, we'll see you next time. So here's a compilation for you. Here's 5 dudes, 3 of which I think would be cool to hang out with, and 2 of which, like in this movie, that, not so much. So we've got Roger Smith from the Big O. We got Dende from Dragon Ball Z. Johnny Bravo from his old cartoon. James from Pokemon. And Dirty Harry. Now, I'll let you decide which 2 you wouldn't want to hang out with, but, I don't know, take a guess. By the way, I've been playing the heck out of Puzzle Bobble 3 on the Sega Saturn. This game is awesome. Of course, now it's bloody loading, so you can't see it. Oh, there it is. Kind of. Do you see it? Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. This week we're looking at one of my favorites from the director Shinya Tsukamoto. He's brought us The Iron Man, he's brought us Vital, he's brought us The Nightmare Detective, but this time he's brought us A Snake of June. A Snake of June is actually one of my favorite films, but it's not really a straight horror film per se. The box itself lists psychological thriller as the genre, and I would add erotic psychological thriller, but it's my show. And even though it's not like a real horror film, it's from Tartan Asia Extreme anyways, so I'm gonna showcase it. The story follows an average couple living together in Japan. The wife works at some sort of suicide prevention helpline, and the husband seems to be a cleanaholic. Now, the whole point of the movie is that they have repressed sexual desires and are inhibited from expressing themselves sexually and truthfully. So their lives are turned upside down when this strange stalker seems to be tormenting the both of them, sending them pictures of one another, doing various sexual acts, revealing their secrets. And this leads to some really erotic and some really strange situations. The wife, not knowing what to do, stays in contact with the man more, and the husband ends up in this really bizarre situation with a lot of strange guys with strange masks. So yeah, the movie is not for everyone. If you are turned off by sexual plot points and sexual situations, then you probably won't like this one too much. But if you're open to these sorts of ideas and these sorts of stories, then I think there's a lot in here that's really interesting. Because the plot on its own is not fairly hard to grasp, but the themes and the kind of ideas that it's playing around with I think are really interesting. Tsukamoto really shot this one in this really beautiful blue, black, and white monochrome look. It looks great, and it really adds to the kind of creepy, kind of unsettling feel to the movie. He also makes an appearance as the stalker. It's great when Shinya Tsukamoto plays a character in his own movies. I really look forward to that, and this was another great performance by him. The main cast is all superb. Everything is believable. The soundtrack is great. It really adds to the erotic, emotional feel of the movie, and all in all, I have really very little negative to say about this film. This is one of my favorite Tsukamoto films. It's right up there with Iron Man and Vital, and I really think that people should give this a shot. The DVD from Tartan Asia Extreme is another superb job on their part. It's got 2 kind of making of features that are pretty lengthy, as well as trailers and I think a photo gallery. Everything looks great, everything sounds great, so definitely A Snake of June is one DVD you want to add to your collection. If you want a movie that's completely different and is really going to make you think and really surprise you with some of the imagery, then A Snake of June is definitely worth owning. So hats off to Shinya Tsukamoto for another job well done, and I really hope that some of you viewers will take the time to try and search out this DVD and give it a shot. But until then, we'll see you next time. In the city, there is a normal everyday couple, but what they don't know is that they have their secrets. I'm always cleaning, but I can't tell her that I'm frustrated or what I really want. But the truth is, something's missing. He doesn't realize that Secretly, I want something more. Something dangerous. Once you receive the package, go into the bathroom. There'll be further instructions then. As for your husband, well, let's just say he's been taken care of. Coming soon to a theater near you. A Snake of June, Tenchi Muyo edition.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. It was pretty nice out, so I decided to film the review outside, even though there are a couple mosquitoes buzzing around. But besides that, today's review is of the 2000 film Isola. Isola revolves around the Kobe earthquake of 1995. Now this was an actual earthquake that happened, and it killed thousands of people. This was huge news. And so it was really interesting to see a horror film based around an actual natural disaster. So for Japanese audiences, this certainly will resonate with them as something very real. So we have the earthquake as the backdrop for the setting, and the main character is this psychic girl who comes and acts as a volunteer to help the homeless. And she's able to see into the hearts and minds of different people. Now she meets up with a girl named Chihiro who has 13 split personalities, one of which may be deadly. So I thought from the onstart, oh, this is interesting. You've got a psychic and a person with split personalities. That doesn't happen in too many movies. Okay, I like that pairing. There's a bird just flew. Unfortunately, the film kind of dives into really standard cliche Japanese horror fare about halfway through when we get the scientists that are brought in to talk about evil spirits. So it kind of does dip into the ghost, Ring Ju-on kind of stuff more so as the movie progresses. And unfortunately we don't really learn too much about the main character, about where her psychic powers originate from. But the ride itself is decent. The movie clocks in at just an hour and a half, so it's not too long. It drags in a few places, but overall it's got a few nice jumpy scenes. And budget-wise, it looked like it was alright. There's a few poor computer graphics spread throughout the film, but it was 2000, so you can't fault it too much. One of the things I enjoyed in this movie was the soundtrack. I thought the soundtrack was really spooky. The performances by all the actors and actresses were believable and convincing. In particular, the girl who played Chihiro with the split personalities, I thought she did a good job. The scientist that kind of aids the psychic was also a very believable performance. The DVD of Isola actually comes now in a box set called the Kadokawa Horror Collection. And the Kadokawa Horror Collection contains 4 films, Inugami, Shikoku, Shadow of the Wraith, and Isola. So you get all this wonderful goodness in there. I think it was only like $30. It was really cheap. You can hear kids screaming in the background. I wonder if that's going to show up on YouTube. Let me know in the comments. And yeah, Isola used to be available on its own, but I think that's long out of print. So this came out just a few years ago, this box. I just bought this a few years ago at Best Buy. Pretty cheap, so definitely it's worth the price. The other movies vary in quality, and they'll get their own reviews within due time, I'm sure. But I think Isola was probably my favorite of the bunch. And Isola, it's not a perfect movie. It certainly drags in places, like I've said, and it kind of falls into the cliche spirit trap of too many Japanese horror films. But it's well made, and the performances are believable, and it's got some interesting character archetypes. So for that, I think it's worth watching, and the box set is cheap enough, so you get some good films. So there you go, that's my review for the week. Next week, I'm really excited to announce we're going to be reviewing Tokyo Gore Police. I just picked up the DVD this morning, and I'm really excited to watch it. And I've got some special stuff planned for that review, and then we've got episode 50, The Best and Worst. So good stuff on the way, more reviews after that. Thanks for watching, rating, commenting, all the good stuff. And as always, we'll see you next time. Look at this little chubby blackbird right here in my back. Oh! Yeah? Is that your review of the Japanese horror DVD? Do you have anything else to say? What? It wasn't any good? Oh, you didn't like it? Yeah? Oh, he didn't like it either, huh?
Okay, everybody, welcome back to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews. Today we've got a special review. Everyone's laughing in here. We've got 3 reviewers, 2 guest reviewers here today to join me on the review of Tokyo Gore Police. This has been a really requested movie for me to review here on YouTube. So, yeah, Rupert's laughing. All right, so Robbie's laughing too. So let's introduce our guest reviewers. Here we have Rupert.
Hi.
Rupert, what do you think about Japanese cinema? I mean, you've watched all these movies with me before.
I feel like it's pretty hit or miss.
Yeah?
I mean, there's definitely some good ones.
Yeah.
Tales of Terror from Tokyo, is that the one we watched?
Yeah, with the 5-minute ones?
Okay, see, those were pretty sweet. Versus is another good one. There's definitely some bad ones. Infection. I don't know if Rodger's done a review for that one, but wow, Infection, seriously? Like, that movie was bad. The first 10 minutes in it was bad. After that, there are definitely some good ones. Versus, if you haven't seen it, see it. Machine Girl, if you haven't seen it, see it.
Our other guest reviewer is Rob, right over there eating some pizza. Rob? How much, you've seen Japanese cinema with me before too. Yeah, like, which movies do you like?
I don't remember names.
Yeah?
I like the one where, they're in a porn hotel. I don't know which one that is. Or they're in a hotel where they're trying to have sex with each other and things go wrong. Some Japanese hotel.
I haven't seen that one. Do you know which one he's talking about, man?
Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about the Santa slasher.
Yeah,
wait, there's Santa Claus in it?
Yeah. Alright, so we just finished watching Tokyo Gore Police, and it's time to get some reactions. Just real briefly, just to cover the plot of the film. It's set in, I think, some distant or alternate future where the police force has been privatized, and they can pretty much do whatever they want, so they just kill people. Or more specifically, they kill engineers, these mutant freaks. So, let's talk to Rob, see what he thought.
It was full of non-stop shenanigans.
Yeah?
It was, got dildos, got guy with a penis weapon, got ridiculous amounts of blood.
I don't even know where to start. This one guy, his penis was a gun. There's this girl, and like, first of all, you see penises in this movie, but you don't see boobies. And there's one girl, and like, she has boobies, and you're like, oh sweet, I'm gonna see them. But they're sewn up. Like, the nipples are gone, and they're like sewn up in the middle. Dear God, there's a dog with like these swords for hands, like, but it wasn't like a dog, it was like a human with his hands cut off and had swords. There was a girl who's got her legs cut off and her like vagina turned into a crocodile, and then there was a chair that was like a guy, and it peed all over everybody. This was terrible. This is a terrible movie. I'm sorry, but like, it doesn't even have like a shock, but like the shock value wears off all things that really happen in the movie. I'm not making any of this up. And it just seems like each scene they're like, okay, that last scene was pretty intense. Okay, how can we just completely like make that scene irrelevant?
So there you go, there's 2 other opinions. We've got 2, maybe possibly too extreme and just too far out there. And, you know, for people that like, I guess, really gory movies, I think this is probably the goriest one I've seen.
This one probably is.
Yeah, I think so. This one definitely had the most blood in it. So if that's what you're into, this is certainly a DVD that you should pick up. But just be prepared for some really bizarre and out there moments and scenes. It's from Tokyo Shock. There's really no extras on the DVD except for some trailers.
The best part about this DVD was the trailers. The trailers were the best part because I got to see the part of the remastered version of Versus, which is way better than this. I don't know if Rodger has a review.
Not yet. I haven't reviewed Versus.
Oh, we got to review Versus because Versus is much better than this movie.
And there's also an English dub on this one, so that just kind of adds to the hilarity. So, personally, I thought Tokyo Gore Police was interesting. I liked it. I thought it was cool. Just because it's so out there, because it's so silly. So there you go. Those are 3 opinions on Tokyo Gore Police. Thank you for joining me on this review. And try to pick up the DVD if you really want something totally strange. Alright, time to go outside.
To sing a song? Anyway, hit it, Rob. Yeah! Yeah! We're playing the Rampo
Welcome everyone to Swan's Japanese Horror Reviews, the 50th installment, the best and worst of Japanese horror. It's been a long run, and I'm glad that we finally made it to this 50th episode, and I'm going to give my top 5 best Japanese horror films and the bottom 5 worst, as well as some other bonus awards that I'm going to throw out. But to start things off, I wanted to go over 3 very important movies for me that were key in getting me to really embrace the genre and really started me off on this whole J-horror craze, I suppose. So the first one was Ringu, The Ring. And I saw this in high school, this original Japanese version. I still have not seen the American remake, so I can't really comment on that. But I thought this was such a cool movie, and it was so creepy. And I remember that night after I watched it for the first time, I was scared of the TV. So that was really my first taste of Japanese horror, and that would later be amplified in Ju-on. Now, once I bought the Ju-on DVD, I knew I wanted to have a collection of these. Now, this one had a really interesting story. The gore factor was notched up slightly, but still nothing too bloody or violent. The third and final movie was Dark Water. And I thought this was really good at capturing how moody and atmospheric Japanese horror films can be when done right, and that you didn't really need gore and you didn't need blood. Ring, Ju-on, Dark Water, 3 great choices. So without further ado, I think let's first start with the bottom 5 worst Japanese horror films. The first film in the bottom 5 worst Japanese horror films goes to Dead Waves. I just did a review of this not too long ago, and what I said then still holds true. This is an incredibly cliched film that tries to copy the greats. So the first 3 movies that I showed, well, this one tries ever so poorly to be like them, but it fails in every regard. So if you want to see something great, watch those first 3 films. If you want to see it done poorly, check out Dead Waves. Number 4 in the bottom 5 Japanese horror films goes to a movie called Synesthesia. See, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I know it's a real medical occurrence, but I can't pronounce the title, so I'm sorry. Anyways, this movie is completely incoherent. It just drags on. There are very strange video game-like parts, and the acting is pretty poor across the board in this one. Everyone's senses are about to be distorted. Number 3 on the bottom 5 Japanese horror films goes to Male. Now, Male is another one that I have not reviewed yet, and I bought this bad boy, I'm sorry to say, at Walmart for I think $5. And it's actually like a 6-episode series, and the main draw was that it had Chiaki Kuriyama, who many people know from her appearance in Kill Bill, but she's been in some other stuff as well. But dear God, this was awful. Some of the worst computer effects put to DVD are seen in some of these episodes. Number 2 in the bottom 5 worst Japanese horror films comes in the Kadokawa Japanese Horror Collection, and it's actually a movie called Shadow of the Wraith. Now, this is from the director of Man Behind the Scissors and Evil Dead Trap. Now, while Man Behind the Scissors wasn't exactly a masterpiece, Evil Dead Trap was a really fun movie. But this one was just awful. Imagine some of the worst acting possible in one of the goofiest stories ever, with, again, notice a pattern, horrible computer graphics, and you've got a pretty good idea of what Shadow of the Wraith is. There's nothing scary about this, except the fact that I paid money for it. Finally, what I consider to be the worst Japanese horror film of all time, that prestigious award goes to Kirei, The Terror of Beauty. That's right, I reviewed this one a long time ago. And if you don't remember, it's about this horrible surgery story where this woman is kind of stalking this beautiful surgeon, and it was just so unbelievable, and the acting was so bad, and the nudity was so forced, and everything just did not work for me in this one. So if you want a complete waste of time and something that will make you feel creepy watching, and not in the good way, then Kirei, Terror of Beauty, you win the award for the worst Japanese horror film of all time. Well, the box art's actually kind of nice, I'll give you that, but ugh, never again, never again.
And now for some bonus awards before we get to the top 5 best Japanese horror films. The first bonus award is the best villain in a Japanese horror movie. And this award goes to Sadako of the Ring. Now, while lots of other American horror films, of course, have Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, Sadako is the poster child for Japanese horror. And who can forget her amazing scene in the ring and just coming out in the eyeball and the hair, and amazing. The award for the goriest film goes to Tokyo Gore Police. So while my friends found this one to be really over the top, I really enjoyed it because this is so silly, and there are just buckets and buckets of blood just thrown everywhere. Body parts are going everywhere. Blood is just oozing all over the screen. Tokyo Gore Police. If you like your Japanese horror bloody, you'll like this one. The award for the best appearance by Santa Claus goes to Present in the Kazuo Umezu Horror Theater Volume 3. Now this is another one that I would love to review someday, but it's Santa Claus and his weapon is the Star of David. You know you want to watch it. The award for the worst performance of all time goes to Billy Drago in Takashi Miike's Imprint. Anyone who's seen this, I'm sure, is already nodding their head and saying, oh god, what an awful performance. But yeah, poor Billy in this one just had some laugh out loud moments. And the award for what I think is the scariest film of all time goes to Audition. Now I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me here, but I just thought that the pacing of this movie was just perfect. And by the time you get to all of the madness that goes on in the latter half of this film, then it's just done so well. So Audition, for me, is the scariest film. It left the biggest imprint on my mind. So now it's time for my top 5 best Japanese horror films of all time. And number 5 goes to Sion Sono's Strange Circus. Now I know this one is a kind of hard film to watch because of the sexual subject matter, but it's so compelling, and for those that do stick with it, you're just treated to so many elaborate costumes and sets, and the story is so intricate. My number 4 best Japanese horror film goes to Vital. Now this is, I think, Shinya Tsukamoto's best work. This left the longest lasting impression on me. I really love this one. This is such a creepy love story, and it's just beautiful to watch. It's not really scary. This one's actually kind of a calming movie, but in a really eerie way. Number 3 goes to Takashi Shimizu, but not for Ju-on. For Marebito, this is, I think, his best work. This is so bizarre, and the way it's shot, and kind of like the digital camcorder, and just the strange story of a man who's losing it, and the woman that's with him in his apartment. Really, really well done. Number 2 on the top 5 best Japanese horror films goes to Rampo Noir. Now, Edogawa Rampo, one of my favorite authors, and while these films are not perfect adaptations of his short stories, they are certainly fun to watch. This one is just packed full of so many good scenes and so many different kinds of creepy or scary or bloody or just downright weird moments that I really recommend this. So now we've reached my number 1 Japanese horror film of all time, and what else could it be but Audition. I've already been talking about how much I love this movie, and this is either a love it or hate it kind of thing. People either put this on the pedestal as the king of Japanese horror and they say, yes, this is the one right here, or they say, I watched it and I didn't really like it. I thought it was really slow and boring, and yeah, the end wasn't really all that bad, and you know, whatever. For me, I knew absolutely almost nothing going into this. I knew that the end was going to be kind of shaky, and so I was watching it, you know, for the first time and just like covering my eyes for the first time when I had to watch it. So there you go. That's 50 installments of these reviews. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks so much for watching over, it's almost been 2 years now, I think. I've really enjoyed making all of these, and who knows, you know, I'm hoping to do some more. It all depends on what time permits, but
if no more reviews come, then at least we've made it to the 50 and we've got to this milestone episode, and I'm happy for all the subscribers and people watching and commenting, because wow, some of these videos have gotten quite popular, and I hope I've encouraged some of you to scope out some of these movies, both good and bad, and let's try and support the Region 1 companies if you're in the States to buy the DVDs and not just watch them online, because come on guys, if we want to see new ones, we've got to pay up. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.